SME.
In a minute, we will be ready to begin. I request everyone to get ready and maybe give us 1 more minute so that we can just wait for a couple of more people to join in and we shall go live.
Absolutely, yeah.
Great. I think it's time to begin. So firstly, very good morning to all of you. It's a bright Saturday morning and we're all gathered here to attend this online event today to celebrate the World MSME Day, which is essentially celebrating the power of small and unlocking the potential of MSMEs. We have about 100 people registered to join in our webinar the whole day today, and I really hope people come in and stay connected through the day with us. At India SME Accelerator Network, an introduction to give you is an exclusive business accelerator for SMEs that has been created by Value Sutra Business Consulting, a consulting firm for startups and SMEs. We have been helping businesses scale up profitably and sustainably over the years. And we felt the need for a platform that is more accessible and affordable for small businesses. And thus has come about India SME Accelerator Network. As the co-founder and CEO of this organization, it's my pleasure as well as honor to address each one of you today. On the occasion of World MSME Day, we are dedicating a full day of power pack knowledge sharing sessions exclusively for small businesses. Given the current crisis of COVID-19 that has really hit the small businesses in multiple ways, we feel the need that there is an urgent intervention and support required for them, not just to survive, but also revive their businesses. Because they really contribute to 40% of the GDP. And here are those people who are making the difference as the backbone of the economy. While the government and various policymakers are doing the best they can at their end, India SME Accelerator Network believes that being a knowledge partner to chambers and trade and apex bodies, we have a collective responsibility to help the small businesses sail through this and holding hands with them and really pulling them out of this crisis. So today, through a series of interconnected topics, we shall be talking to industry experts from varying domain of expertise. And, I really wish that all of you are able to benefit from the session by asking as many questions that you think are relevant and pertinent. Please go for it. A few small protocols to maintain as participants today is your audio and video would be off. As you'd assume, 100 people joining in is quite a bit. But that doesn't stop us from interaction. We have the chat box at the bottom of your screen, as you can see. Please feel free to type in your questions, which will directly come to the panelists, and we will be more than happy to address them for you. Don't hesitate to ask the smallest of questions. Yeah, and before I move into the session number 1 for today, we have with us Mr. Alok Kedia, who has been kind enough to join us for today's session. And to give a background to what we are going to do today is that the crisis today has found MSMEs really cash-strapped at both ends, if I may say. At one hand, the outflows are continuing, but at the other hand, the inflows are almost going down to a nil. So survival requires a financial impetus to a great extent to get us back on the recovery mode. There are various sources of financing, definitely, as you would know, banks, financial institutions, NBFCs, etc. But we believe banks to be a very important source. And ever since the government has announced, Nirmala Sitharaman's, announcement has come, a lot of questions have arisen in the minds of people over the last couple of weeks as to, what can we expect from banks? How will all this really trickle down to real businesses benefiting in terms of finances? So what are the banks doing now and will be doing in the next few weeks, and how should we go about taking benefit of these? So understand more of this and to get the bank's perspective, we have the best person here with us today, Mr. Alok Kedia. Mr. Alok is a chartered accountant with 25 years of experience with MNC banks and private banks in India in very senior positions in both product and credit appraisals. He is the Executive Vice President and Group Business Head for SME, Corporate Finance, Agriculture, Logistics, Education, Business Banking at IndusInd Bank. He is absolutely the right person to give us the perspective we're looking for today. And I welcome you, Alok.
Thank you, Shalini, and good morning, everyone. And thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts and experiences. Yeah. So, of course, as Shalini rightly mentioned, MSMEs form probably the most important part or the component of the Indian economy. But unfortunately, in the given circumstances, they are the ones which are the most impacted negatively because of the current situation. Okay, so of course, government has come out with a lot of measures to help them out. Okay, and which is what we'll be discussing in detail today as to how this is going to help the MSMEs, and of course, apart from that, we'll also talk about what should the MSMEs do in the current circumstances to come out of the situation in the best possible way. Yeah.
Great. Thanks for that note to begin with, actually. Among the various measures that have been announced by the government, maximum interest has been raised in the minds of people towards the 100% collateral-free MSME loans, which is called the Emergency Credit Line Guarantee Scheme. So, and there has been a little bit of anxiety because people don't seem to understand really how this is working and what should be done. So could you tell us a little bit, more about this to understand so that people know what to do and, what are the eligibility criteria, etc., for MSMEs to go about it?
Yeah. See, first and foremost, I mean, as we all know, I mean, MSMEs are defined in a particular way. But for this purpose, the definition has no meaning. So let's not go by the definition of the MSME, which was there earlier, and now, of course, a new definition has come out. Just I think yesterday only they've given the a formal gazette notification. So for this purpose, the MSMEs have a completely different eligibility criteria. You don't have to have that that investment in plant and machinery and and other turnover criteria as such applicable to this thing. Here it is a completely different set of criteria which are applicable for this particular scheme. So first and foremost, of course, is you have to have a turnover which is less than 100 crores. Okay, in the last financial year. So and it need not be audited. I mean, I know. I mean, most of the MSMEs will not have their accounts audited. So just a simple declaration from MSME side would suffice that yes, the turnover is less than 100 crores. Second criteria is that the MSME has to have total borrowings, fund-based borrowings. We're talking of fund-based borrowings and not non-fund borrowings like LCs and BGs limit. Fund-based borrowing from anywhere totaling should not exceed 25 crores as on 29th Feb 2020. Third criteria is that the MSME should be the existing customer of the bank or the let's say NBFCs. So if you're a new customer, I mean, you just cannot go and ask for this scheme. You have to have the existing relationship, borrowing relationship with the lending institutions. Fourth criteria is that MSME should not be an NPA account, already NPA account, or SMA2 account. If you are SMA 0 or let's say SMA 1, you are still eligible. But if your account is already into SMA 2 is defined as if your overdues are exceeding more than 60 days. And of course, the NPA accounts are not eligible for benefits under this scheme. Fifth criteria is that you have to be registered as GST wherever it is required. In case your GST registration is not required, then also you're eligible. But if you are required to be registered under GST, for example, let's say lower turnover MSMEs are not required to have GST, let's say GST registration, then it's fine. But if you're required to have GST registration, then you must have digitization to avail the benefits under this scheme. So this is about the eligibility criteria applicable for availing the benefits under this scheme.
Okay, sounds very good. You spoke about non-fund based and fund, so which is the LCs and guarantees. So the fund base, essentially, for the benefit of some people, if you could just elaborate a little bit about what is fund based loan as a criteria.
So fund based, I mean any kind of actual loan that you have availed. For example, I mean it could be a cash credit limit, it could be a, let's say, overdraft limit, it could be a, let's say, term loan limit, or it could be a, let's say, any kind of, let's say, export packing credit, whether it's post shipment or pre shipment. So those are called as fund based limits, where you actually get physical cash from the bank as let's say as loan. Whereas non fund are basically primarily LC limits, letter of credit limits, and bank guarantees.
Perfect. That is very helpful. So what would the benefits mean? I mean, will the loan under the scheme be automatically, credited, or an application solicitation required from borrowers? What would, the MSMEs actually need to do?
Yeah. So government has released these eligibility criteria. Okay. Now it is for the banks to assess whether you are eligible or not. I mean, the MSME does not have to do anything. The banks will assess based on this eligibility criteria, and if you are found to be eligible as per these guidelines, the banks or NBFCs will send a pre-approved, pre-sanctioned offer letter to the SMEs on their own. Okay, and then once the SMEs get this offer letter, okay, they just have to say yes or no. Okay, if you want those funds, 20% up to 20% funds, you can say yes and communicate accordingly to the banks, and then of course banks will ask for small documentation. I mean, of course, which is the normal routine documentation that you have to execute for getting any loan. But if you're not wanting to avail this loan, just say no, and that's about it.
Okay.
So there is no application process as such. You don't have to run after the banks. In case you feel that you are eligible and bank has not offered you, of course you need to get in touch with the bank immediately. And banks are bound to, if you're eligible, in all respect, the banks are compulsorily mandated to give that up to 20% of the funding to you.
That sounds quite simple and doable for most businesses. So what happens when an MSME has multiple lender accounts, multiple accounts with, let's say, multiple banks that they bank with? Then what would be the procedure? I'm sure all of them will not, automatically.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
See, many of the SMEs, our SMEs will have, let's say, borrowings from more than one bank or NBFCs, right? So while one bank can give up to 20% of its own borrowing. So, for example, let's say from Bank A, you have taken 10 crore rupees. Okay, so Bank A will give you up to 20 crores, up to 20% of 10 crores, which is up to 2 crores. Now, suppose you've taken another, let's say, 15 crores from Bank B. Okay, so Bank B will give you up to 20%, which is, let's say, maximum 3 crore rupees. Now, so both the banks will offer you separately. Okay, it may so happen that one bank is not willing to take or let's say give, okay, for whatever reason, or maybe that one bank the pricing or the interest rate is higher in case of one bank as compared to other bank. So what you can do, you can actually choose to take the entire 5 crores from one bank, one single bank only, in which case the other bank, you have to go to other bank and request to give one NOC to the other bank. Okay, that boss, I'm okay, even my part you can lend. Okay, so what happens in this case, the first bank itself will give you the entire 5 crores at the lesser rate. So you just require one simple NOC from one bank to other to get the entire funding from one bank only, instead of getting two different fundings. But your amount will remain the same only. You cannot get, let's say, extra amount. It has to be up to 20% of your total entire borrowings.
I understood. Sounds good and sounds completely fair as well, from both from a lender perspective and the MSME perspective. Could you tell us a little bit about what kind of interest rates people can expect? What's the processing fee? What will be the cost of this whole scheme and going about it?
Yeah, so again, here also bank has very clearly mandated as to what maximum banks can charge. Okay, whether in terms of interest rates or processing fee. In terms of processing fee, the government has clearly said no processing fee is to be charged. So in case a bank is asking for a processing fee, please refer to the government guidelines and tell them clearly that, boss, as per the government guidelines, uh, uh, the banks or NBFCs cannot charge even single paisa processing fee. As far as the interest rate is concerned, okay, the maximum that interest rate can be charged by banks is 9.25. This is the maximum. Of course, they'll have to follow a particular formula that which has been given by the government. But in any case, the maximum it can go up to is 9.25 as far as bank is concerned. However, if your lending is from NBFC, the maximum it can go up to 14%. So it's very clear. I mean, if banks are asking for more than anything which is prescribed, please refer them these guidelines, which are absolutely available on the website, absolutely very easily, and even the guidelines are very clearly defined. I mean, so you can tell the banks that you cannot charge more than what is prescribed in the guidelines.
That's very reassuring, definitely. So, like you said, that the rates would differ from banks and NBFCs. Amongst banks, again, there could be a change in rates, different people applying different rate, like a private bank and a public bank.
No, so I see. So again, the formula has been clearly defined in the guidelines. So, for example, your current rate is let's say current rate is 8%, for example. Okay, now they can charge only 1% over and above your current rate.
Okay.
So it will go up to 9%. But at the same time, government has also prescribed an upper ceiling of 9.25%. For example, let's say your current rate itself is 9%. Okay, in which case your pricing cannot go beyond 9.25. They cannot add 1% on 9%. Similarly, if your current rate is 7%, they can charge only 8%, 7 plus 1. So whatever is the current rate plus 1, subject to a total maximum of 9.25. This is how it is calculated.
Right. That's very fair and pretty clear, actually. That is pretty clear. Wonderful. So, when one goes about the scheme and it ends up as a borrowing at the end of the day, what about the security on the credit extended?
Okay. Again, here also the guidelines are very clear. Banks cannot take any additional guarantee. Additional security from you. Okay. You don't have to give any collateral, any other security. Whatever security you have already given, they will create a charge on that only. They will create a second charge on that collateral only. You don't have to give any additional security under any circumstances. You don't have to give anything extra. Whatever is given is given.
Right. So that's how it becomes, collateral free, as they call it, completely.
Yeah. And suppose your loan is absolutely unsecured. Even your current loan is also unsecured. Still, you don't have to give anything.
Right. Sounds very good. That sounds very fair and very good. So, this gives, I'm sure, the participants a good round of understanding about, what this collateral free lending and the scheme is all about. So, apart from this, whatever the government is offering as schemes and, financing options, what are some of the things that an MSME can also do, especially given that there is a certain amount of cash available in the value chain of a business, on either side. So is there any other option that people can look at in their supply chain?
So yeah, of course. So, but before I get into that, now I just want to give a very word of caution as far as the moratorium is concerned. Okay, and now moratorium is not just available to MSMEs. In fact, it is available across the board, even for the larger clients only. And I'm sure a lot of our MSME companies must have availed moratorium. Okay, so I just want to give a word of caution as far as this moratorium is concerned. While yes, this is again a very good and thought through measures as announced by the government to help the borrowers, especially the MSMEs. See, in case you have the fund with you, don't avail the moratorium unnecessarily. Only if you are stressed and you see that stress is going to continue, that you should ask for moratorium. And why? Because under moratorium you will be charged interest on interest. Interest will be compounding, okay, which is actually going to be double whammy on your finances and cash flows, because ultimately you will have to pay, even if you are, let's say, paying after 6 months, you will have to pay, but you will be paying interest on interest also. So don't go for availment of moratorium, even if it's available to you, just because it's available to you. So if you are cash flows, while reasonably okay, don't avail it and go for payment of monthly interest. This is my advice to all our MSME members.
Absolutely. I think that's a very good and very valid point you brought about, Alok, for people to understand. Because often there is a tendency for people to be looking out for help, not realizing, at what cost that help would come. And also we forget to look within the business itself. And there are various opportunities, and there is a lot of, various other avenues that businesses can go about looking at. And thanks for, bringing that up, as an advice.
Yeah. So now I'll move to other aspects. See, for MSMEs, and this has been, age-old problem. The biggest problem for our MSMEs is the lack of availability of the fund at the right price and at the right terms and at the right time, I would say. Okay. So, and of course, this continues even now also. More so in the current environment, when all the lenders, all the banks and NBFCs have become risk adverse. Okay, and it may be right. We'll not go into the right or wrong of it. But of course, see, we have to realize that even banks are commercial organizations. They are not like, let's say, charities. So they also have to look at their own finances and the profitability and survival. In fact, I would say.
Right. Absolutely.
So the banks have become very, very risk adverse in the current environment, and hence, the already constrained, let's say, banking resources for SMEs has become even more constrained and even more, let's say, tight. Okay. So under this situation, one thing which comes as a very powerful tool for all the for banks as well as MSMEs is supply chain finance. Okay. So in case our MSME members are facing any problems, okay, in terms of getting the funding at the right time, right price, and right terms, they should contact their banks and NBFCs for supply chain finance. So how it works basically is, see, in India, most of the MSMEs are supplying to the large corporates. Okay. And that is why actually one of the problems is that because they supply to the large corporates who are able to extract, let's say, disproportionate better terms for themselves, and which in turn squeezes out the poorer MSMEs. I would put it this way. Okay, and that's where actually the requirement of funding comes in, because they dictate the terms so heavily loaded in their favor. They don't get the payment. The MSMEs don't get the payments on time, extended credit time and all. So, but this can actually become the blessing in disguise. Okay. So what happens is, while banks are ready to extend better terms and better more loans to the larger corporates and not to the MSMEs. So this situation of MSMEs whereby they are supplying to large corporates can be utilized for getting loans for the MSMEs. Okay. So what happens is let's say when you raise invoices on larger corporates, okay, you create receivables from such larger corporates in your books. Okay. Now, banks, since the banks are comfortable lending to such large corporates, they may lend to you against those receivables which you have in your books from such large corporates. Okay. So this can be structured in various ways, either under proper supply chain finance, or let's say under bill of exchange. I mean, if at all your buyer is ready to give the bill of exchange, or even let's say plain simple sales bill discounting also. Okay, so you raise a bill or invoice against your buyer. Okay, give that invoice to your bank. Okay, bank will discount that invoice and give, let's say, probably 90% of the bill amount to you upfront. Okay, the moment you have supplied and got a confirmation from your buyer that the goods have been received. Okay, with one condition, that your buyer will make the payment, let's say, after 90 days directly to the bank's account. Okay, so in such case, banks are comfortable that the large corporate will in fact pay on time and without defaulting to the bank. So bank is safe. Okay, but what it's done is basically it helps the MSME get a loan at a cheaper rate and without much of let's say security. So this is a very a simple kind of a structure, which and a very routine kind of structure for the bank. So it's not a very complex and very out of let's say world kind of a structure for the bank. It's a very routine kind of a thing. So you should approach your banks for giving you this structure in case you are supplying to a good corporate.
Right. So I think this is a very important point, Alok, that you brought out. And I really hope the participants have taken note of this. To say if you're today sitting cash trapped because you have huge receivables from some large corporate whom you're, trading with, whom you're a supplier to, who is your customer. Let's say a large corporate is your customer. And you right now don't have money coming in because you have already done, the invoices are sitting open. All right. So receivables are open. So what Mr. Alok has just explained is how do you use that to get money for yourself before they can pay you. You can encash that with the bank. So these are simple things, but like he's suggesting, please walk up to your branch, walk up to your banks, talk to them, and tell them that you're looking for supply chain financing. And there are a lot of options that they can offer to you, and you can really avail today at this point of time.
But there's another way actually. So one is, of course, you approach the bank itself, okay, and then work out a structure. And bank should be willing to. I mean, as long as your buyer is cooperating, banks will be happy to look at this structure. There is another way to avail this thing. You can approach your buyer also. Okay, so instead of going to the bank, go to a buyer. Okay, let buyer directly talk to the bank. Okay, that boss, I need this structure not just for my this SME, but for all my all other MSMEs also who are supplying to me. Okay, so so when buyer itself goes to the bank, the banks get extra comfortable. Okay, that that buyer is ready to cooperate on its own. Okay, and it becomes actually, if you see, it becomes a win-win for all three. The SME, the bank, and the and your buyer also, because if if you are fully financed and well financed, okay, rightly financed, I mean, their supplies are, let's say, I mean, what do you call it, as they get a security on their stable supplies. Okay, and that's where they get the benefit. And of course, from bank's perspective, they get, I mean, almost risk-free kind of lending in their books. Okay, and if you get your buyer to actually speak to your bank, and which is what is formally called a supply chain finance, whereby the buyer itself is going to the bank with a formal offer. Okay, see, the terms of the lending becomes even more I mean, favorable to you. So they will not ask for any kind of collateral. They will give you at very cheap rates, and of course it becomes very fast. In fact, just to add over here, Government of India realized this problem that MSMEs have been facing for decades actually. Okay, and they have actually instituted something called traits. Okay, trades and receivable finance platform. It's called Trades, whereby they've given licenses to a few of the banks, basically, and the JVs of the banks, to start this platform, whereby they're actually pushing the companies to get into the supply chain finance mode. Now, you may ask as to what is the difference between trades and the normal supply chain finance, which I explained here. Okay, so the difference basically here is two, three things. Uh, so what happens over the trades platform, which is a RBI monitored and RBI licensed platform. Okay, so the chances of anything happening amiss for the SME is very less, because it is monitored and licensed by RBI. Okay, here the other thing is, I think even no documentation is required. You just have to go log in into the system and register over there. Third, the pricing is so cheap. I mean, the pricing here is based on bidding process. Okay, so various banks are also registered on this platform. Okay, so once you upload your invoice, okay, the banks bid for that funding of your invoice with their pricing. Okay, with the result that time in the pricing goes down so cheap, because banks are actually bidding for this thing. Ultimately, it's all for the advantage of the MSME. The lower pricing you get, the better it is. So this is how actually. So you can actually go ask your buyer that, boss, why don't you actually register yourself on the trades platform. In fact, government of India has made it compulsory for all the public sector undertakings. So to compulsory register on this trades platform. So in case you guys, any one of our MSME members are supplying to a public sector units, you should actually ask them, push them, and force them to actually register on the trades platform, the RBI.
Yeah, I think that was extremely valuable, Alok, because not many people are currently aware that their invoices could even get bid by banks.
Yeah, actually, which is
yeah.
And it's actually working for the last 2 years. I'm surprised actually still. I mean, even though government has launched this very, very good initiative taken, but they have not actually, I think, popularized it so well. I mean, I think still people are not. Most of the people are not aware about this particular platform.
Absolutely. And it's extremely powerful now that you know, and now that the people who are participating in our session today are aware, they can definitely go approach their banks and, really make the best out of these options that they have. So Alok, I think there are a couple of more questions that we have for you at this point. Apart from some of these financing options that one could look at, are there, let's say, some mantras for MSMEs to survive in these challenging times? From a finance perspective, how would you guide them? How should they go about the current situation?
See, the first and foremost, I mean, our MSME members should look at is rationalizing the cost. I can share with you all the large organizations, large banks, medium organizations. They're all going for rationalizing of the cost. Okay, that's the first and foremost, and probably the easiest to do right now. Okay, so whether it's let's say your raw material cost or rentals cost or people's cost, interest cost, you should. So for example, interest cost, the interest rates are going down. Okay, so why not? I mean, you should renegotiate with the banks. Okay, many banks like, for example, SBI and other banks have reduced the interest rate on FDs also. So this should translate into lower interest rates for your borrowings also. So go for renegotiation, go for cutting down of various costs. That should be your first and foremost criteria. I mean, even larger, for example, larger organizations are going for salary cuts. So I mean, you can also. So everybody has to contribute. No, I mean, don't think this as some kind of let's say. Don't give it a emotional or social angle to it. Just go for it. That is how you can survive in this current circumstances. So try and see each and every aspect of your cost where you can actually renegotiate your cost. every aspect of cost. Go through every account head in your profit and loss account and see where you can renegotiate or rediscuss the costs. So that's the most important thing you should do in terms of even your raw material suppliers. Okay, ask for better terms. Try as much as possible wherever. So cost reduces, basically profit increased. Okay.
Right, right.
Yeah.
That's pretty useful because I'm sure people are looking right now at some of the cost measures out of necessity, more than by choice, and but renegotiating some of the things is definitely one thing that you can do. Cutting cost is one, and some costs that have to be borne, yes, how can you kind of renegotiate, like you said, going back even to the bank, for example, to say, okay, how can my lending rate go down from what it was in the past to now, because the FD rates are going down. So these are very valuable inputs coming today, for people.
So just to add over here, Shalini,
Yeah.
rentals probably, see, many of our MSMEs will be working out from, let's say, rented premises, whether it's offices or let's say godowns or let's say even other premises. Okay, now I can tell you the rentals have gone down by almost 20%, 20 to 30%. I can share about my thing. All the large corporates, all the banks, branches, they are renegotiating for 20-30%, and people are agreeing also.
Right.
So don't hesitate and ask for. So you, I mean, I'm just sharing this as a reality, basically, that these kind of renegotiation on rentals are happening across the corporate world. So why not?
Definitely, definitely. So, Alok, if you're comfortable, we can move into the question answer
So
sessions.
maybe can I just go through some of the more other the thing.
Sure,
See,
please.
yeah. So other thing could be mantras as far as the current situation is concerned. Uh, MSMEs can also think of, let's say, moving out. Let's say, see, right now sales are down. Okay, so it might make sense actually to get out of, even if it's temporary, get out of, let's say, not so profitable products, segments, people, geographies. Okay, and again, I can share with you, this is happening across all the entire corporate world. If you feel that, okay, no, I don't need a sales guy in a particular location, or let's say I don't need a this small branch office in a particular location which is not contributing much in terms of my overall sales, please leave out that office and the related expenses that office. Okay, if you feel that this particular segment is not contributing right now, let's say it's contributing only 1.5% of your total sales, please get out of that particular product right now. Maybe you can think of again coming back 5 months, 6 months down the line when the things start looking normal. Similarly, our MSMEs, again, this is actually what I'm going to say now is relevant, even in non-COVID situation also. See, we should always keep looking at how we can increase our efficiencies. Keep looking at process improvements, which can give you a huge amount of overall efficiencies in terms of profitability, reduce costs, etc. Okay, you may probably at times find that you don't have the expert, basically right kind of expertise available to do all that. So in the current, I mean gig economy, let's say, as we call it right now, okay, now you have, let's say, experts available on various subjects. I know, I mean, it will be difficult for you to employ them. Okay, but you can actually, I mean, uh, get into a, let's say, turnkey kind of assignment, uh, and get that thing done. And I can tell you this will be more profitable actually. You assign them, give them a task, I mean, which can be, let's say, result oriented and success based fee also. So go for that kind of improvement in all your processes, policies. You can get experts who are available for let's say small assignments at let's say reasonable price, which works out very cheaper and effective and profitable for MSMEs.
Great. I'm glad you brought this up, Alok, because this is definitely, as a platform, India SME Accelerator Network is definitely a platform for mentoring and consulting and training various small businesses. So, and that's how, we have industry experts like you coming, where people have access to the right kind of people to interact with and the right kind of, questions to be answered over here. So participants can stay in touch with us in future. There'll be various programs that we will come up with experts. So you can take people on board to really turn around your businesses, with us. So definitely we can engage on various assignments. Thanks, Alok, for
Yeah,
bringing that up. Yeah.
yeah. The other last thing I would probably like to share is again adoption of technology. Okay, I'm sure all of you read and see and the thing. Technology is going to take over so many aspects of our businesses, and especially now the realization has become even more important. So, as far as the technology is, let's say, in terms of cost benefit, it's reasonable. We should look at adopting more and more technology going forward. Otherwise, uh, those who do not adopt, let's say, will be left behind. That is for sure. The world is changing very, very fast. The technologies are changing very, very fast. One has to adopt to create that differentiation and to create that extra efficiency in the overall businesses.
Totally agree. Can't
Yeah.
agree more, Alok, because this is definitely a need that people appreciate, and I really hope they understand the need of adopting as soon as possible. And in fact, today in our agenda, we have a session exclusively for this called Digital Transformation of MSMEs, which comes immediately after the break. And you will get to hear a lot more of what Mr. Alok is telling us today. You'll get to hear in depth about actually transforming your business digitally. Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, Alok. More
Yeah.
mantras from you. We're happy to hear.
So see, I'm not an expert on many other things, but from what I see, from a macro level perspective, these are some of the things I thought I will share with you. Of course, we can have a more detailed session on some of these topics, which probably I've seen more. Uh, but yes, people have to change. The businesses are changing. The world is changing. MSMEs also have to change within the cost constraints that they have. But yes, they must have that kind of mindset to change. Actually, culturally, we have to change how
True.
we do the business.
Absolutely. So the mindset change, I think, is the most important one, like you touched right now upon, because that is where people, from the negative sentiment of saying things are not working, everything is gloomy, kuch nahi hone wala hai aage, kind of a thing. From there, people have to get into that survival mode, which triggers them in the positive direction of how we can bring about the change. What is it that I can do to fight the situation? What is it that, where can I get the resources? Where can I get the help? How do I really bounce back out of this? So I think that's the mindset change that we really need at this point of time. And the more people are in the positive directions, I'm sure solutions will come. When you ask for the right questions, then the solutions will also automatically come to you. So that's a wonderful thought shared by you, Alo.
Just to give you example, like we are doing this webinar. Probably these kind of webinars were not very prevalent, let's say before COVID, but this has become the norm now. Okay, not traveling for meetings again has become a norm. Okay, people are now equally comfortable dealing, let's say, on the phone or on the, let's say, video calls. So working from home again. Our MSMEs, why not? They can also adopt. Let's say 20, 30, 40% of their employees can also work from home. Why not actually? So think in those lines. You have to be aligned with the changes which are taking place globally and adopt them within your cost constraints. Don't, let's say, be afraid of biting the bullet, I would say.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well said. Well said. I think, for the participants, for their knowledge, it'll be good to know that, we're in this together and we are here to help you make this transition from where you were 3 months back to where you should be, now and in the future. So when it comes to redesigning your business strategy, rethinking how you want to be operating, so we have various programs that are coming up, especially called the Business Recovery Program, wherein at least 20 to 30 MSMEs can pool into a program, and we are going to take you into the next level with the help of 8 to 10 mentors over a period of 6 weeks. So these are various programs coming up. Stay tuned and keep watching the space and remain connected with us so that you are a part of the journey with a whole lot of people. You're not alone in this crisis. We're all sailing in it together, and we will see ourselves at the brighter side of the tunnel at the end of this crisis. So, so we read a lot of, in fact, for the session that we've had, Alok, so far, thanks for your inputs, because, as much as we are saying that the government financing schemes, etc., are coming up, we believe that they have sanctioned about 79,000 crores so far, and of which already about 35,000 crores is disbursed, in terms of financing. Is that true? And, because it's meant to kind of impact about 19 lakh MSMEs already,
Yeah, yeah.
which is great news. And which is really good to see at least so many MSMEs have taken that headway already in the positive direction so far and are moving forward in recovering their businesses. So hopefully the much needed impetus shall come through, and we will all move in the right direction with our businesses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, so disbursements have started moving because see initially when the government released the guidelines, no, there were a lot of, let's say, gray areas, not much clarity, and then banks started asking for those clarifications. So all of those have now come, and banks have now actually gotten into the disbursement mode. Actually, very frankly, everybody is now, and in fact, the government has been very proactive. Now they are asking for a daily disbursement feedback from each of the banks. Okay, so they are pushing banks to expedite the release of the funds to the MSMEs. Yeah, so so government is doing all it can actually, and pushing the banks to fasten the whole process. So you should see, I mean, disbursement picking up in the next week or so. Yeah.
That's great. That's great. Really reassuring. Absolutely. So we can move to some of the questions that our
Yeah.
participants have at this point. So we have one question. Can we get Mahaparvana to start? Okay, he's talking about Mahaparvana, which has just been declared by the Maharashtra government. I think the answer to you, sir, who's asking this question, Mr. Rangarao Shinde. So you could definitely visit the government site. It's called Maitri, Maharashtra scheme for industry. And the details available over there, and you can apply over there, as per that. Yeah. So if a project loan is not approved by a bank, then what do you do? I think that's another question from Mr. Rangarao.
Okay. Yeah. See, it is entirely to approve or not approve. Okay. I'm not talking of this emergency credit line. Of course, that is mandatory if you're eligible. But otherwise, in the normal circumstances, to approve or not approve any loan is entirely at the discretion of the bank. Okay. And of course, see, banks are also two things. Again, I'll reiterate: they are a commercial organization. They are there to make the profits. So, in case a project is good and profitable and looks good, obviously they will go ahead and fund. Okay, but in case they find it, I mean, not, let's say, worthy enough, so of course they'll take a decision not to go ahead. So we can't do much. I mean, it's entirely at the bank's discretion whether to fund or not fund.
Right. And if I may add, over here is sometimes the enterprises fail to recognize and realize the preparation that is needed before putting together a project proposal. There are a lot of information that will be very valuable, which includes the uh, team, the profile of the business owner, various things that can talk about the potential of a project plan that sometimes get missed out. The opportunity in the industry, what's the real value that the project is going to bring about, what's the positioning of it in a competitive landscape in an international market or an Indian market. So there are various elements of a project plan that really need to be thought through and put together into a project proposal. That is how you will be able to help the bank also think through and take a right decision in your favor. So you will have to help the bank do the best for you, rather than saying, oh, I put a proposal and it just got rejected. If it's a good project proposal, like Mr. Alok is saying, it will definitely get the attention it needs to, and you can make it competitive between banks to say who is ready to fund this at a lower rate, and go ahead with us as a partner. So enough preparation and thinking through has to go through when you prepare these project proposals.
See, so I would like I absolutely agree with Shalini. Okay, see, banks love 2-3 things. Okay, banks love, let's say, more and more information. The more details you give, so that they get better perspective about your project and your overall business profile. Banks love transparency. Okay. So the more transparent you are in coming up with details and sharing information and details about your businesses, the more open you are regarding your business, the banks will get again more perspective. They'll get more confidence. Okay. And third thing is most of the MSMEs, again, culturally in India, we feel, we don't want to give taxes. Okay. And as a result, we end up showing, let's say, minimum required profits on books. Okay. Now, and that is the reason, actually, that is the biggest reason why banks ask for collaterals, because we don't make our balance sheet strong enough. Okay, even though our businesses are strong, our promoters are strong, business models are strong, but our balance sheet is not strong. Okay, and that is the reason banks end up asking for so many collaterals from you. The day we start, let's say, showing full profits, the balance sheet will start getting stronger. Okay, and gradually you will see the requirement of this collateral will fade away. Okay, why do you think the large corporates, they get unsecured loans from the banks? Because the only reason is, of course, apart from being good otherwise also, their balance sheets are strong. So we will have to, as an SME segment, we'll have to start getting into that mindset again, that let us start showing, and I can tell you, I mean, today probably we don't have the time. I can explain you how it helps you in the long run, not just with um, uh, loans only. It helps you, I mean, in your business in so many other ways also. If you have a stronger balance sheet, okay, the profit, the benefits will be much more in terms of overall this thing, and not just loans only. It has far-reaching implications in many other aspects also. So please start showing profits in your books.
Right, right. So that's a very peaceful, very good piece of information for people to have when they're putting forward a project proposal. Somebody here has a question, Alok, which is Mr. Shamim Sheikh, saying that I took a loan from Aditya Birla Finance and now business is stopped and I have not paid the EMI for some time, for 3 months. It is definitely impacting my CIBIL score, you know. So, are these moratoriums supposed to, or are these defaults really supposed to impact the CIBIL score? How do you manage that? You know, is that
No. See, in case you have taken the moratorium, this will not impact neither the SMA rating, nor the NPAs, nor the civil ratings. So government has very clearly given the guidelines. If you've taken the moratorium, and of course, moratorium you don't have to pay, it is not going to impact your scores in any which way.
okay?
So please, I'm sure this person has taken the moratorium, so he can rest assured. I mean, there'll be no impact.
Right. That's heartening. That's comforting. So we have another question from Mr. Vinay, who says that nationalized bank is not giving loan easily under the Mudra scheme. You know, so I think you've answered this question some time back, because people have now gone into the dispersal mode now. Possibly, they were in the policy, laying down situation for some time, and now the disbursement mode is beginning. So possibly they should be able to see disbursements happening hereafter.
Yeah, and government is pushing all the banks on a daily basis. We have to report as to how many cases have been disbursed, amount disbursed on a daily basis. So there's a lot of pressure from the Ministry of Finance also. So I think it should happen. As I said, I mean, next week or so, it's to start getting into more of this thing.
Right, right. So these were some of the questions that we had. On the interest rate, again, we had a question saying that there is a bank charge of 76,000 for credit guarantee fee.
No, I mean, there's no charge actually. If for this emergency credit line, absolutely nil charges are to be applied. So if your bank has debited you something, please get into a touch with them and ask them and show them that the guidelines very clearly. You can put it on mail also. So I'm sure they will reverse it.
Great. I think that's extremely valuable, because today we've got to listen to so many things about not just government financing, but also beyond government financing, about supply chain financing, TREADS platform, and a whole lot of mantras from Mr. Alok. And So I'm really happy that all the participants today should have benefited significantly with your talk, Mr. Alok. We really appreciate the time taken out by you, and this means a lot for MSMEs. And we thank your contribution towards that in terms of time as well as your knowledge and inputs today coming out of your experience.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Shalini, for giving this opportunity. Thank you
Thank,
so much.
thank you. Thank you very much. So I would request the participants to stay tuned. Our next session will begin in a few minutes. As you're aware, our next session is going to be a panel discussion. We will have the panelists join in over the next few minutes, and the session will begin at 12 o'clock sharp. Please stay tuned with us. You can keep posting your questions to us in the meanwhile for the next session if you have any. We will definitely take them up through the session. Stay tuned.
இங்கே ஒரு ஸ்டூல் கொடுத்துருக்கேன் எனக்கு வேணாம் வேண்டாம்
A very good afternoon, participants. Once again, welcome to session 2 for the day. After a very interesting session 1 that we've had on financing business recovery, we heard a lot and we understood all, very exciting new things about how we can make that happen. We're now moving to the second topic for the day, which is through a panel discussion all about leveraging international business opportunities and the various government measures that are going to, give us the impetus for that. So various strategies that business could look to revive the business. One among them that really definitely holds well is venturing into new markets. And here we're going to talk about international markets. So it's important to think beyond the normal and consider how the current global crisis is not just, creating a crisis on one hand, but also opening up new doors for us and new opportunities for the Indian MSMEs. And that's a very important area for us to start looking and focusing on. Today, we have on the panel very eminent speakers from extremely active international chambers of commerce and industry, and they will enlighten all of us today on how we can, leverage the global opportunities. So I take the opportunity to invite them to you one by one, beginning with Mr. Soundar Rajan. He is a self-made man, a first ranker from the University of Madras, a successful entrepreneur, currently the president of India, ASEAN, Sri Lanka Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He is the founder and CEO of Kalpataru, Sri Padam, Sri Ashirvad, which is also honored as a leading exporter. And interestingly, he's pioneered and implemented the Nirmala Nagara scheme, which is partnered with Mysore City Corporation. And you would know, it paved the way for Mysore to bag the Cleanest City Award twice with Swachh Bharat. So we welcome Mr. Soundararajan on board.
Thank you very much, Shalini, for the wonderful introduction. Highly pleased to join you as a panel member and hope I add value to the endeavor, whatever you have started on.
Thank you very much. I shall now move on to the second speaker, Mr. Manpreet Singh Nagi, with business management from IIM Bangalore and disaster management professional from United Nations Office. Is an entrepreneur with several companies like EcoFeet India, Sunny Enterprises, Rashtriya Engineers. He is currently the president of Indian Chamber of International Business, a special executive officer to the government of Maharashtra, chairman of International Relations Council of Maharashtra Chamber. He is also the advisor to the MCGM corporate office and advisor to the Save the Earth movement. He is a global consultant for PPP projects and has been instrumental with various government and private bodies from promotion of international trade and exchange. So welcome to our panel, Mr. Manpreet Singh.
Thank you, Shalini ji. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. And thank you to SME Forum.
Great. I'd now take the pleasure of introducing our third panelist, Mr. Shiv Prasad Lord. He is the executive director of Swiss Indian Chamber of Commerce. And until early this year, he was the director and company secretary at Roche Holding AG, a Swiss multinational healthcare company that we know. He has over 40 years of experience as company secretary, director, and general counsel with demonstrated history of working across industries in legal, strategy, corporate governance, international taxation, competition law, IPR laws, corporate finance, company law, and corporate law. So we're really glad that you are able to join us today, Mr. Shiv Prasad.
Thank you, Shalini. Look forward to a very meaningful and fruitful discussion today.
Wonderful. So we welcome each one of you and truly, honored to have you on our panel today to share the insights. We shall be going around the panel one by one to get your insights. I shall begin with Mr. Soundararajan. The first question coming to you is, Sri Lanka is believed to be emerging as an unprecedented opportunity for Indian business community. Would you agree with this? And could you enlighten us in the context of MSMEs?
Absolutely, you are right, Shalini. Sri Lanka is probably the most, the best opportunity now to invest as well as to proceed for SMEs, basically. Because the SMEs in Sri Lanka make up about 75% of all the enterprises in the country and contribute about 52% of the total national output as far as that is concerned. And we have selected randomly about, say, 197 export SMEs in Sri Lanka were analyzed and established. And we found that there is a huge potential for a very big investment as well as push for the Indian entrepreneurs to enter into Sri Lanka, sell their products, and then get it. There are about 3,000 Sri Lankan SMEs which export, but they hardly contribute only 5% of the total export value. So you can imagine the area, the areas, if you want me to specify, I can say that it has got in agriculture, manufacturing, mining, construction, and service sector. These are the 5 major industries in which there is a very good scope for Indian entrepreneurs to invest in Sri Lanka and have a very big growth. Can I go ahead with some more?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yes. So, if you look at it, major export of commodities for Sri Lanka has been mainly textiles and apparel, tea and spices, rubber, then precious stones and coconut products. These are the major ones. Of course, fish and fisheries are there. But if you look at the export partners whom they have, with India, it is only about 5.8% of the total one. So it is very, very few. If you look at it, the scope for Indian entrepreneurs to become a partner in Sri Lanka and do that business will be exceedingly, the chances are very high. And the major imports of commodities for Sri Lanka are textile fabrics like knitted garments and crocheted fabrics are in huge demand. And the HS code, of course, is about 60 for as far as that is concerned. China, Taipei is also there along with us for being export into Sri Lanka. But the possibilities of Indian fabrics going into Sri Lanka is very high. They also have requirements of vegetable fats, waxes, soya bean oil, groundnut oil, palm oil, sunflower seeds, animal vegetable fats, beeswax, cocoa and cocoa preparations. So, and there is a huge scope, and we have some special agreements on general agreement for tariff and trade. Even that is available as a founder member of the World Trade Organization. So there is a very good scope for us and for India to do a lot of trade between the two nations from 2004 till the recent time. It has grown up by about 128%.
Wow, that is very, very big opportunity that you've just called out, Mr. Soundarajan. And I really hope the panelists have taken note of all the industries which you just mentioned, because they were really, really the kind of industries that MSMEs are in today. And they can really tap those, if you really wish to go ahead. And Sri Lanka is not far. It's really, very close to us as a country. And in terms of trade and, logistics, it'll also be pretty cost efficient for us to go about in an international landscape.
Sure. And one more thing I would like to add is that we are the only chamber who have an association with Sri Lankan chamber. There is Sri Lankan country. There is no other chamber, according to us, whatever we have, there is no other chamber is associated with Sri Lanka as far as that is concerned.
So that's another very important piece of news that you've given us, because that also lets us know how we should go about, if one would look at international opportunity in Sri Lanka, then definitely they can, be in connect with the chamber as yours and us to kind of take things forward, how they can go about business opportunities. That's excellent. Great. The next question to you, Mr. Soundarajan, is apart from Sri Lanka, in the ASEAN landscape, which is ASEAN is Association of Southeast Asian Nations, right? So various other countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Singapore, Vietnam, and others. In which of these countries do you see opportunities for MSME, either as on the import front or on the export front?
Okay. I'll just give you a few of them as it is. Even Singapore, there is a very good scope as far as they are concerned, especially the I'll touch most of the countries if possible. So first I'll start with Singapore. The major imports for them has been mainly on fresh fruits and vegetables, milk and dairy products, cereal preparations, groundnuts, flowers. This is something India has got in potential, a lot of huge this thing facility. And only thing where we need is to have a good tie-up in the sense within ourselves, within the small MSMEs, form a small group. And then together, if you really have a good working and an environment, definitely there's going to be a good business because we'll be more competitive compared to the other places. This is as far as Singapore is concerned. So coming to one country which you have not mentioned, the scope which we feel there is a lot of it is Brunei. Brunei is a country where the small and medium enterprises have been identified as a major players for them in the industrial development. And the potential is very high as far as the diversification of the economy is concerned. And there are many items for which the Indian MSMEs can really participate. They are because they are soaps, there are organic surface active agents, washing preparations, lubricating preparations, artificial waxes, polishing, then candles, modeling paste, dental preparations, and what do you call it as potatoes, tomatoes, you name them. There are so many articles which are required in Brunei, or materials which are required in Brunei. At the moment, there are not many suppliers of these items at the moment. Indonesia, definitely there is a very good scope as far as Brunei is concerned. Now, coming to the next one, Cambodia, I'm just trying to give you an idea. The export partners, if you look at it with Cambodia, USA has been having about 21.5%, whereas India is negligible as far as Cambodia is concerned. Why I'm highlighting these countries are because the possibilities for SMEs to have a very good export opportunity. That is why I've taken these two countries first to list it out: Brunei, Cambodia. And the imports are also, the materials are all available in India where there is a scope for them to export it. Fabrics, for example, knit sweaters, knit women's suits, then whole yarn, because there is wholesale of yarn is all. Then there is electrical equipment, communication equipment, signaling equipment, electrical signaling, safety, traffic control equipment. These are all a very good chances for people in India to export as far as this is concerned. And there is a very good chance because the VAT there is only about 10%. That is the biggest advantage because of the ASEAN free trade area. We have an agreement with them. As far as India has got an agreement with Cambodia as far as that is concerned. Just coming to just mention about Thailand. Basically, they are importing machineries like computers, optical readers, ICs, micro assemblies. These are all the areas, and electrical equipment, broadcasting equipment, office machine parts, radio telephony. These are all the areas where there is a possibility with which you can do with Thailand, because Thailand has total number of enterprises. If you look at it, 99.7% are all SMEs in Thailand, and they employ 79% of the population, and that export is again 30% of it. So there is another huge scope in Thailand, including the service as far as that is concerned. And we have a special 12 agreements with them. No other country we have 12 agreements. So there are 12 agreements with Thailand for doing it. Coming to, you are just mentioning about Indonesia. Just to give you an idea about Indonesia, is the second largest exporter. India has got only about 15 billion as far as they are concerned. But major imports have been telephones, ICs, computers, and on foodstuff, you can take wheat itself, sugar, soya beans, cotton. So there also we have some special agreements with them. Of course, coal has been one of their major supplies, exports of Indonesia coming into India. Then the other one which I would like to mention is also Laos. Laos is another country which is very, very important because there is a very good potential for oil, beverages, and pharmaceuticals. Because these are why I'm trying to list out different countries with different opportunities is because pharmaceuticals, if you look at it, Singapore and Laos have a very good potential for Indian companies to export a lot of it. And then, of course, the last one I would like to touch because I don't want to run away from Myanmar. Myanmar seems to be Burma, where we have the association, we have the chamber also associated with that country, where Myanmar has got one of the maximum potential for Indian products. And their export partners, India is nothing compared. India has got only about 7%, whereas China has got 43% of partnership as far as that is concerned. So imports there are plastics, plastic articles. That is something, the SMEs who are having plastic and plastic article manufacturers can definitely try for it. Animal, vegetable fats, oils, waxes, then man-made filaments are required. Of course, again, fabric. These are all there, which are there. Right now, there are only about 22 items are allowed to be exported and imported under the free trade agreement signed between India and Myanmar. They include mustard seeds, pulses, beans, fresh vegetables, fruits, soya bean. So on the other hand, India supplies clothes, shoes, for example. Shoes is a big industry as far as Myanmar is concerned. Medicines, woolens, engineering goods. So there is a very great demand of Indian products in Myanmar. Just to touch, these are all some of them I thought I'll highlight you as far as, but I'm just leaving. Vietnam and Laos are almost similar to that. And Philippines, I'm just leaving it out of, maybe some other time I'll take it up with you.
Wonderful. I think, the best part of what you just shared, Mr. Soundarajan, is the countries that people usually don't focus on. The list of countries that we just spoke about today, Laos, Brunei, Myanmar, have not been significantly focused countries. People usually look at Singapore, people look at Hong Kong, Thailand, if at all, but not beyond that, right? So that's extremely insightful and valuable to understand the opportunities lying in these small countries. And that's how small businesses here can definitely make that big leap by targeting these particular economies. That's extremely valuable. Before I move to the next question, I would like to let the participants know that, as you're hearing and listening to the speakers, whatever questions come up to you in your mind, please type them down in the chat box. At the bottom of your screen, you will see a chat box. Whatever you type in there is the question that will come directly to our panelists, and we'll be more than happy to take them up to answer your queries that you have in your mind as you listen to us. So moving to the next question, Mr. Soundarajan, as a chamber, what is the role that you have been playing in facilitating this international trade? So the MSMEs are familiar and are comfortable as to how you can, as chambers typically can help. Yeah.
As a chamber, we are interested in developing the trade between any of those countries. Whatever I've listed out now, we are ready to help any entrepreneur who comes forward with any request for us, including we try to give them even for the buyers, exporters, importers, list is all being furnished on the as whenever they request, because we do not know which company has got what requirement. So definitely any firm who is interested in it can register and can become a member with us, and then we will definitely help them with the list, whatever they want, whatever help they need. And because we have signed agreements with the respective chambers. For example, we have with National Ceylon, National Chamber of Commerce Ceylon, we have an agreement with Singapore. We have with Malaysia. Like that, we have agreements with different chambers in those countries, and so definitely we'll be in a position to help you with all that.
Right, that was very helpful. And Mr. Soundarajan, I would like you to stay tuned as we move to the next panelist, and we shall come back to you.
Add on, if you don't mind, sorry, can I just try to add on 5 points which are important?
Definitely.
May help the entrepreneurs who are looking from India.
Please, absolutely.
I'll take only 2 minutes.
Sure. All the time you need. All the time you need. Yeah.
Of course. All that I would like to, about 5-6 important points I feel is very important as far as the scope between ASEAN trade is concerned. First is, of course, ethics. Everybody looks for business ethics. They want it to be open. I feel the major thing is very, very clear. You have to be ethical. Look at it as an ethical business. There is a very good scope for us to do it without any, because that is one thing which India did not have an earlier name. Now India has got a very good name, and so we can definitely look for ethics as a business. The second, of course, is the build partnership. Not only within yourselves, also build partnership with the counterpart, whichever country you are choosing. It can be Sri Lanka, it can be Thailand, it can be any country. Build a partnership with the person whom you want to associate with you so that it can. Second point. Third point is, I feel that the brand. Everybody wants to sell one single brand. I feel that it is better to have country-wise brand. Sri Lanka has got a different culture, different this thing compared to Indonesia. So trying to put the same product in the same country with the same brand may not have that kind of an impact. You may have a better impact if you choose the culture and depending upon the people's preference, you choose the brand names differently. It can be the same product, but it can have a different brand name as far as that is concerned. The fourth, of course, is the people's expectations, climatic conditions and people expectations in that particular country that is required as far as that is concerned. And fifth one is import what is available with them in excess. For example, Sri Lanka has got cinnamon, for example. I'm just listing out one of them. It can be rubber in some other place, Malaysia, palm oil, something like that. I'm just trying to say, try to import something which they have a lot of potential to and you try to add value add for this product and re-export it back to them or to any other country of your choice. This is the sixth one. And the last one, what I would like to do is request every person is spend spend back to the people who have given you the chance to establish your foot in that country. Spend a little bit of amount of your earnings back into the country. That gives you a very good loyalty, as well as the government appreciates your gesture, and they give you a lot of help when you try to expand your business in the future. I'm
That's
sorry I've taken a little extra time, but I just wanted to give you this.
No, no, no. I'm extremely delighted that you brought this up, Mr. Soundarajan, because what you just told us in the last 5 minutes is extremely valuable. You spoke about creating brands in different countries that are customized and suitable to those countries, and the partnership approach and also the giving back approach to each country to have a strong footing is excellent and very, very valuable. I'm glad you brought that up. And I'm sure MSMEs who are looking to have a foothold outside have picked up their clues here as to how to go about it from your experience. Thanks a lot for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Um, please stay tuned. We'll come back to you with more questions.
Sure.
Yeah. We now move to the second panelist with us, Mr. Manpreet Singh. Mr. Manpreet, the first question coming to you is, now we've heard all about the ASEAN countries, and I'm sure there are a whole lot of other countries that you are in connect with. And if you could guide and tell the MSMEs as to which are the other countries where there are exciting opportunities from a good margin, attractive margin perspective, which other countries they should be focusing on.
Hello, everyone. Very good afternoon. Mr. Soundarajan has set such a high bar for me that I really don't know where to start and where to finish. I mean, the amount of information he has given is so detailed and phenomenal. So I think I can't match that. I'll try to stick with the generics. So I'll just give a broad information on the kind of opportunities available in the countries in the rest of the part of the world. So let me pick up some areas of the world where Indian MSME companies have got a very good scope. Let us assume that we are right in the middle of the world. On one extreme, we've got the Americas. On the other, we have the Oceanias, which is like the Australia and other. And we have the rest of the world right in the middle and very close to where we are. So in the near vicinity, if you really ask me, Middle East is the first thing that comes to your mind. For a person sitting in Bombay, which is the financial capital of the country, we find that Dubai is the natural choice. Dubai or UAE, if I may say so, is the natural choice. It's like about a 2-hour flight. People fly down morning, come back evening. They've got their offices there, they've got their homes there, and they have been connecting since decades. But it is a saturated market today, and with the global scenario, we find that it has become an expensive market to do business in. The cost of doing business has gone high. The cost of living has gone high. So, but it is definitely, the Middle East is a very attractive market. So, what should an MSME do? I mean, for a large corporation, it doesn't matter whether they are based in Dubai or elsewhere because they have those kind of margins. But a small and medium company, we have even micro companies today. We've got self-help groups today who are doing exports, which is very surprising to a lot of people that I know of. There are women help groups that come together, make the household products, and they are exporting them. So for them to set up a base, for example, in UAE today is an expensive affair. They've got limited assets. So what is the natural alternative? I would say it's Qatar. Today, Qatar is competing very well with UAE, very well connected with India. The number of flights is equally matched. The service is amazing. The government is going out of the way to help the Indian companies set up the base in Qatar to service the entire Middle East. The Qatar itself is a very small market, but it has got a huge population of Indians. You feel as if you are in a cleaner version of Dubai, if I may say so. And like we say that Dubai is a cleaner version of Bombay, I would like to say Qatar is a cleaner version of Dubai. So going ahead, what you can plan is get access to Doha or Qatar as your hub in the Middle East as an alternative to Dubai. That is one section where the government is going out of the way, like I just mentioned. Why I say that? I'd like to highlight certain points. We have a working relation with the government of Qatar, with the Qatar Chamber of Commerce, in addition to all the other countries in the Middle East. The kind of approach that we found different was that when we approached them saying that, okay, there are certain Indian companies that are looking for alternates, what do you have? So they say that, oh, our normal charges for setting up companies $5,000, but if you're coming with minimum 5 companies from India with your recommendations, we'll reduce that to $500. So that was really phenomenal for us, where the government says that from $5,000 we are coming down to $500. I mean, that's a substantial difference for any small company. For a large one, maybe it won't make a difference. But the only thing is, they say that, okay, you have to come here, you have to base here. Visas is not a problem. You are on arrival. You don't need a visa for going to Qatar. So these are the kind of positive measures that any business would like to avail of. For example, when a company wants to go abroad, the first thing that comes to mind is residence visas, cost of living, cost of doing business for any small and medium company. So, with these three things taken care of, what you do is you concentrate more on your core business, and that saves you minimum 6 months' time. I mean, you can plan to set up in Middle East country within half an hour. I mean, I know you can go to UAE, go walk into the office of any of the free zones, and within 1 hour you have your license in your hand and you walk out. And that's how fast the governments in the Middle East operate. They have their negative sides, they have their downsides, but when it comes to your business, which you are concentrating on, I think that is the thing that you really need to look forward to. Then coming back to the other countries, Saudi Arabia, when it comes to a large market within itself, I would say Saudi Arabia is a huge market within the Middle East where very few Indian companies have tapped. So all these companies from Saudi, they come to Dubai, they buy your products, they go back to Saudi and sell it. But Saudi is the actual end market. So if you can have a working relationship with a Saudi company, then that is the way to go, I would say. And the best alternative for any Indian company, instead of just directly jumping into any market, would be to find a partner there, to find a market for your products, even though small. I mean, you can, if you are a food retailer or a food exporter, what you can do is go to the country, go to a small retail shop, tell them that, okay, I want to do this, give him a handsome margin. I mean, for a small and medium company, access to the market is more important than anything else. And the moment you have one customer there, getting others is not very difficult. But go there, talk to the people there. Like something that sells in Bombay might not sell there. Something that sells in Chennai might not sell there. But that person who's sitting there will tell you, oh, tweak this like this. This is what sells here. This is what doesn't sell here. Make partners and make relationships. That's what will help you in the long run. We Indians have a tendency to do everything overnight. So I would recommend that take it slow, take it steady, and it will definitely go a long way. But make your plannings very well. So we find that one fine day a person comes and says, oh, I want to open a company abroad, where I don't know whichever. So I'm giving you the examples that we have faced as a chamber. So I don't know where, but I want to export. So I request all the chambers also to have hand holding sessions where we actually counsel them what to do, where to go, what is the market, what is the kind of product that you can sell where. So these are the things that you need to be, as a small and medium company, it has to be clear to you that what you want to do, where you want to go, and why you want to go. Uh, it's a very good thought that you want to export, but doing it the right way saves you a lot of money. Capital today is really scarce. You need to conserve capital, you need to save capital. So make the right decisions is my suggestion to all the MSME companies. Uh, Another thing that I would like to add is, even to the government of India and to all the exporters, manufacturers, SMEs, treat exports like a national asset. You're bringing a lot of valuable foreign exchange into the country. It adds to the country's kitty. You help in nation building. This is one thing that you need to keep in mind when you're looking to export your products. It will give you a sense of national pride. It will give you a sense of marketing your products with more enthusiasm, that you're doing something for your country in addition to for yourself. So when you have that in mind, your change, your focus adds value to your efforts also. So do remember that whenever you're looking for exporting to markets. We find that the government of India is also supporting now. We've had a notification come out just yesterday where the government has said that for an MSME classification, you would have exports, a value of exports excluded from the turnover. So this will give you an enhanced input also, that, okay, if I'm adding this, I stay as an MSME, I can grow better, and you can have domestic maybe 5 crores, and domestics can be 500, exports can be 500 crores. You are still an MSME because you're pushing yourself to the limits to save your country, to help your country, and to protect your country. So this I would request all the exporters to keep in mind. Uh, I was mentioning Saudi Arabia. Coming back to that, uh, like I said, Saudi Arabia is a market in itself. In addition to that, there are a lot of American companies based out of Saudi Arabia. So if you're targeting the American market also, Saudi Arabia, you can say, is a gateway. So if you're getting into Saudi market as an Indian company, we've got offers where a lot of American companies has approached us for due diligence, saying that this is an Indian company operating in Saudi Arabia. We want to take them global through America. So that is the kind of exposure that you get being in Saudi Arabia. And we also have a very good working relationship with the Saudi Indian Chamber of Commerce, that and Saudi India Business Council. Some of the top industrialists and the top government functionaries are part of this institution. So approach these organizations. Whenever you want an exporter or an MSME company wants to venture into a new market, approach the chambers, approach the institutions. You will get the first hand feedback. Of course, everything is open available on Google today, and when you go to the websites. But when you talk to somebody, that is when you get the real insight of going into any market. So do keep in mind when it comes to that. Going a little abroad, when we talk about margins, where do you get a margin where people can't easily reach? Today, which is that market, I would say South America. South America is difficult to penetrate. Language is Spanish, not easily a second language to Indians, but it's a huge market. I mean, when you say just two countries, for example, Brazil and Argentina, they cover more than 50% of the South American continent. It's that huge. So if you're targeting these two countries, that is the kind of thing that you need your access to. You do have an issues with the market access because of the language problems, but you can always hire somebody local. It will be a very good thing. The government will support you outright when you're generating jobs in that particular country. So the moment you say that, oh, I want to hire somebody for Spanish or as an office boy or girl, and we want to set up operations there, the local government also comes and sets up as a partner with you. So utilize all these services, utilize the government incentives that are available. And we know of a case where a very small company, you'll be surprised if I mention this, they make khakra. I mean, khakra is something that comes naturally to a Gujarati and to people who are traveling. They went into Argentina and they were like, no, we want to sell khakra in Argentina. My first response was, who's going to eat khakra in Argentina? So they said, no, 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 we're going to sell it as a value added product and as a health product. I was like, okay, that makes sense. So we approached the government of Argentina. We've got a very good relationship with government of Buenos Aires, and we have an MOU with them. So we approached them that, okay, there's this company, they want to sell food item there, and that's how they tied up. They supported them. They gave them a free office. Can you believe that? One of the most expensive things that you can do in any city is open an office there. They gave them a free office. They said, okay, utilize this office, do there. And they said that, okay, we want to employ 2 people locally. So they said, Are, why are you employing full-time employees? We'll give you interns, college graduates. You just need for the language, you take up people who are learning English. And, the cost came substantially down. They were able to sell khakra within 2 months of entering that market. And I'm really surprised they're selling it to all non-Gujaratis. I mean, that's the kind of marketing approach and the opportunities that Indian companies have in similar countries. And can you believe what is the price of one khakra? It is nearly 1,000 rupees for one packet. That is the kind of margins these people are making in these markets. Because although we found that in this particular example, there were a lot of khakras coming from the US, but it was going from India to the US and the US to South America. So when you're directly approaching a market, South America is traditionally very well connected to North America. From India, flights are expensive. Most flights go via US or Europe, and so it's an expensive affair. But once you manage to reach there, your margins are phenomenal. That is the kind of market you need today. Today when you're going to the traditional Indian export markets, like you have for US or Europe or France or Germany, you have very tough competition. You're fighting for cents, and here people are making dollars. So that is the kind of difference that you really need for your business, where you can get more margins. That is something that really would help yourself. And I would say one thing, Indian businesses and Indian people have the ability to help themselves. They don't wait for somebody to come and give them a way and all that. We find our way. We just need a direction. So once we are given the direction, okay, this is a market and this is the potential product, and this is the, like Soundarajan ji mentioned in detail, which product goes where in which country. I mean, if you have access to that kind of information, half your job is done. All you need to have is the will. Go there, start, and start raking in the orders. So that's how it has been happening for the Indian companies. One piece of advice that I would like to add, for small and medium companies, it's something that we should think upon. It is a good approach. It works fine globally, but in India, it has not seen much. It's a cooperative movement. I've found that within India, like the sugar cooperative, the self-help group, they are always coming together to manufacture products, but not in the export sector. Have a consortium selling, have an enterprise that puts 10 companies together which are non-competing with each other, and then use this opportunity to get into these markets. Like, for example, a garment industry. I have a habit of talking with examples, so I will give another example. I hope we are there on time. So,
Absolutely. Please take your time. Take your time.
so there was this group of companies that approached the government of Ethiopia, saying that we want to set up a garment manufacturing unit there. So the government said, okay, $2 million, you come with $2 million, and then we will give you land free, tax free, this, that, and the works. So these companies were very small. They said that, oh, we don't have $2 million. If we had $2 million, we would have done great in India only. So then what they did was, 8 people came together, divided that $2 million amongst themselves, and said that, okay, this is the kind of figure that comes to each of us. They approached us, we approached the government, we said that, do you need hard cash, or do you need anything else also that can come? They said, no, we are okay with machinery, we're okay with raw materials, you can get whatever you want, but the value has to be $2 million. It has to be justified, it has to be audited. So these companies came together, pitched in their machinery, pitched in their raw materials, put up the value at $6 million. Can you believe that? They were having a problem with $2 million, and they came up with a figure of $6 million. And what they did, put all their spare machinery together, which were not in use within their Indian factories. They shipped it all to Ethiopia, and they started manufacturing there. Now, what they did was innovative. Was, when you say garment, one was the guy selling threads, one was doing the garment, one was doing the accessories, the third was a marketing expert, and these people all divided the work amongst themselves and formed a consortium. The moment they went there, within 6 months, I think they were producing. They were set up in a zone where there's already large government groups from the world over. There's already a buying office for American companies which is there. They turned profitable within 12 months. Can you believe it? So this is the kind of thing that consortium selling helps you to achieve. So this is a segment that Indians really need to look at. And like I said, this is a live example what people did. And even when you're saying marketing, you can take 10 products together. For example, food products. If you're selling food products, one type of food product, I mean, the customer is going to buy the other also. Give him a market and he will be happy to buy from you. So I think Indian MSME companies really need to look for this thing, and the consortium selling kind of thing. So this is the live example that I have for Ethiopia. I would like to add another thing. Mr. Soundarajan already hinted on that. Is the preferential agreements. There are a lot of preferential agreements that the government of India has signed with a lot of countries, where there's duty-free access. I mean, not only for imports but for exports also. Imagine you're going to a market that is levying a duty of 20% on all the products from all over the world, and you as an Indian company have access to zero duty. I mean, you are already 20% cheaper. So especially when it comes to anti-dumping duties, you have a lot of Chinese companies or Chinese products which are on anti-dumping, and you have a preferential access. Utilize all these, and you search for all these when you're accessing to a particular country. Ensure that you look for these preferential tariffs. This is where, I'll give some brief examples. Already ASEAN is highlighted. So we have the ASEAN forum, we have a bilateral forums. These are the things that, you really need to access. For example, from Malaysia, if you're selling something to Malaysia, certain products have zero duty. I mean, do go there. It becomes cheaper to import from India to Malaysia rather than selling from Singapore to Malaysia. I mean, that some products are that way. So something that is just 1 hour away from them and which people can drive and buy is expensive as compared to what they're buying from India. So utilize all these. Similarly, there are a lot of free trade agreements and preferential agreements within country blocks. Like Africa, you have COMESA, you have Western Africa Union. In South America, also, I think you have Mercosur. So these are groups of countries that have come together for a potential free trade agreement. Like we were talking about Ecuador. Ecuador, what happens is Ecuador is part of Mercosur, which puts all the South American countries in the same block. So you enter to Ecuador, which is visa free for India, and you can go and just set up your business there. They'll be more than happy to help us. And then you export to the neighboring countries. Colombia is a huge market. Brazil is a huge market. Although your cost in Brazil might be high, but Ecuador is a small country. They value your presence there. They value your being there and giving them access to your presence there. So use small countries for accessing the bigger ones, which gives you that advantage of all these blocks that are created for trade within a particular role. 50 countries of Africa form a single block when it comes to duty free trade. So access the one which is the cheapest for you, where there are maximum Indians, where you feel at home too. Access that market, stay there, and utilize all the other countries. So this is the kind of focus areas that you should have in mind as an Indian company the moment you look at thinking of going abroad. So these are the suggestions that I would like to add. There's another country that I wanted to add, Mauritius. Mauritius, traditionally, Indians have known that, oh, it's financial capital, and, you're getting funding from Mauritius to Indian companies. But the fact is that hardly 3% of Mauritian outgoing capital comes to India. And we are so worried about it, or rather, we were so worried about it. It's our duty to understand where the other 97% is going. And that is what we really need to look at. There's huge capital that can be raised for Indian operations, for Indian manufacturing. So this is something that we should really look after. You can set up a base in Mauritius within a day. You go to Mauritius, very well connected to India. It is the heart of Africa, which is sitting out of Africa. It's an island country, but the amount of Indians there are, I mean, it's phenomenal. The moment you go there, you feel at home. So you access these kind of countries where you feel at home. Not, you don't feel far away from home, very well connected, and it gives you access to an entire continent. So these are the things that I would like to suggest MSME companies and small companies to look at, to think about before they think of going for diversifying their exports. And I request all the chambers to have a hand holding approach, and we are there to help people. That's our whole existence. So that's my 2 cents.
Wow, that was much more than 2 cents, Manpreet. It was really, really insightful. I think the kind of examples that you gave really brought alive as to how one can go about really entering a certain market, especially attractive markets that you spoke about, was very, very helpful. And you also touched upon an important country, very controversial country, China. You made a mention about it. And there is a lot of talk happening right now about banning trade with China, with, of course, reasons behind it. And that also means several trade implications, globally. And that also means trade implications for our own MSMEs, existing trade in the country. So what is your take on this? Could you tell us a little more on this?
Well, I might go in some bad books for saying this, but I'm a positive person. Let me say that. So my approach is a little different. See, when there are a lot of adversaries that any country might have, let it be for trade, for other reasons or whatsoever, for disputes. I mean, globally there are lots of issues. You should focus on the positive ones and ensure that your country benefits out of this. This is my take as the president of a chamber of commerce and as an exporter. Now, there's a lot of concern about the growing trade deficit between India and China that has been happening over the years. It's not an overnight thing. What we need to do is we need to focus on our exports to China. Now, China has the largest population in the world. India is only second. That also means that it is one of the largest markets of the world. So if you're thinking that India is a huge market and the world is coming to India, you as an Indian company should go to China to sell to them and ensure that you get your dollars where they have surplus. There's a huge amount of potential of Indian exports to China. What we have been traditionally selling to them is raw materials, they value add and they export to the rest of the world. Why can't we do that? In addition to giving raw materials, there's a huge amount of HNI clientele in China. Now, instead of giving them raw materials, give them such high value products that you ensure that you are getting a better margin. Create brands that give you value and you're at par with Louis Vuitton and Prada. And all these brands are manufacturing in India, if I may say so. We've got footwear and garments of the top of the world's brands and they're made in India. You go to any store in Europe or US and you pick it up and you'll find either made in China or made in India. So leather products, we are the experts. China is buying from India raw materials and they're manufacturing out of Indian leather and selling to the world. But they do not cater to their own population. That is what an Indian company should target. If you're very concerned about that, set up a base in Hong Kong. It's very open. The people are still having the British legacy. They are very much open to Indians. We have a lot of our Indian population in diaspora there since decades. Especially our Sindhis have been there uh, since the time you can remember, to be very honest. And they're doing really good business. So when you say China, I would say that it is one of your largest markets for an Indian MSME company or a large company for that matter. So we should really think of China in that way and ensure that we get their dollars and they don't get ours. So and I think very recently, just 2 or 3 days back, I don't remember the exact statistics, but in many decades, India has reduced the trade dependence on China, and the balance of trade has tilted in our favor. So that clearly mentions A, the imports are going down, and it also means that our exports to China are going up. So that means there is a market. On top of that, last year, Government of India and Government of China formed a working group that would focus on increasing exports of India to China. So there's already a working group that has been working on that, and definitely the government is supporting this. This is something that we really need to look at ourselves as Indian companies, as national pride, where we can put a made in India product into Chinese shores, and we ensure that we put a name for ourselves. There are lots of products that, in when it comes to China, the moment you say a leather jacket or a leather shoe, they want it from India. They want a made in India product. So why don't we get access to that? High-end precision electronics, I mean, China is an expert, but still there are some products that are being exported from India to China. Medicines, pharma sector, India is the largest in the world. Here what we do is the reverse thing. We get the APIs from China, we value add and we make a medicine and we sell it to China. I mean, that's something that you really can focus on more, and there are many such similar products. You just need to open up. IT sector, I would give an example. Like I said, I talk with examples. Zoom, the platform that we are on, there was a lot of contention that it is a Chinese platform until recently. But look at what the person did. The person used to work at Cisco, which had a platform similar, went out, went to the US, formed a company in the US, picked up the team, made a better product, listed it in America, and put the development center in China utilizing their tech resources. So we as Indian companies, we are already doing half of it. Why can't we have a cheap development center in China, which is cheaper than India? Utilize them as a labor force. We'll be more than happy to do. They're not that good with English as compared to what we are traditionally. So we should utilize our core competencies and we should utilize what they are good at to come out a better solution for our own benefit. So that is my take on China, where we should focus more on our exports to China, look at products that add value to us rather than to them, and to ensure that we are trade surplus, and we ensure that maybe a few months or few years down the line, we are approached saying that, oh, there's a trade balance on the other way around, and let's do something about it.
That's thanks, Mr. Mandeep. Manpreet, which is a very interesting perspective to take on China, and I'm sure people loved it because there have been a lot of questions around this going on in the minds of people for quite some time, and this is definitely a perspective that one could look at. So you've spoken about several approaches to international markets in various countries. So what is your outlook on how the other countries are looking at us as, to do trade with India? How is their approach and outlook towards us, so that when MSMEs are looking at them as opportunities, how easy or difficult could it get when they're approaching the market? So it's very relevant to know what is the take from the other perspective of a country towards India.
See, the Indian Chamber of International Business has a working relationship with about 38 countries odd. So we've got direct, indirect presence there, and we've been working both ways. We've been inviting those countries to India to invest. It not only we don't focus only on the trade part, but we are focusing on other issues when it comes to technological joint ventures, getting the best technology from the world to use in Indian manufacturing, and to ensure that we will give a quality product to the world. India and Indian companies really need to increase their product quality and their product packaging. Globally, we have traditionally found that the cost of the packaging is more than the cost of the product. So this is something that we Indians need to realize, that a 2 rupee product might need a 10 rupee packaging. We have to get used to that.
Mm.
I'll sorry for another example again. There's an American company which manufactures handmade soap. Now we have hundreds of companies making handmade soap within India. We are traditionally good at it with Ayurveda and all these things. But what this company did, this American company, they called it the money soap. You would have seen some videos circulating on social media nowadays. They called it the money soap. So what they did was, in the center of this thing, they had a huge nice pouch with a dollar printer on it, and it's a sealed pouch, and you get a lottery out of it. The moment you remove the soap and you use the soap, you would get a note. Now 99.9% it's a $1 note. The cost of the soap, which is normally $1, is $10. But they advertise saying that you might be one of the 1,000 people that might get $100 note. So the kind of marketing that plays on your mind is phenomenal. So as an Indian company, we really need to recognize this potential, and we have to need to learn this from the rest of the world. And what they're doing is to spend more on packaging. And the product quality is given today. Nobody says that, oh, give us a good product. It is assumed that all the companies in the world today have to give a good product. There's no second thing about it. And there was a time before when you say, chalega attitude and all that doesn't work anymore. And today, India has become a brand. We have to realize this. The moment we take an Indian product outside, a decade ago, I was told, the moment I'm an exporter myself since a few decades. So it's a family business. So the moment we used to go to the world, we say, oh, Indian, no, 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 we're not interested. That was the perception. Today, India is a brand. The moment you say India, you're a company from India. Oh, what do you have? That's the kind of perception that has changed. So we need to respect our country, we need to respect our product and our quality, and ensure that we give a product that says that, okay, we used an Indian product, let's buy more Indian products. Like the mentality world over is for China, that, oh, it's a use and throw kind of product, but they're used to that. The moment you say Chinese used to use and throw product, that's a ticket, one of the cheapest, big deal. The moment you come to a German product, you say, oh, it's high quality, it's one of the most expensive, but it's worth it. So, we have to position ourselves somewhere in the middle when people say it's value for money, and an Indian product is something that you should go for. So that is the kind of niche that we can create for ourselves today. And world over, thanks to our Prime Minister Modi ji, he has created India a huge brand, and the perception has increased greatly. People are readily accepting Indian products. It's a good, amazing marketing campaign that we as Indian companies need to cash on. So we have a free marketing manager. Let me put it that way. So we should utilize that. We should ensure that we give him his due credit where it's well deserved, and we should ensure that we go to countries where there is an Indian demand. Like you mentioned that the Indian perception, which is abroad today, it is on a really high note. It's on a positive note, and we should cash up on it as Indian companies.
Great. That was very, very useful to understand that MSMEs today at the time of crisis can really look up to a heartening relation, welcoming relation from the other end of countries that they would like to target. So I'm sure participants here are taking note of this fact that this is a good time. We already have a lot of marketing at a country level being done. which is in the favor of our enterprises. So when you go out there and you sell quality products, you definitely will have a welcome that is much needed in the country. So that's very, very good to know. Thanks for that, Mr. Manpreet. I would request you to stay on hold till we come back to you for questions.
Definitely. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input so far. And we will now move to our panelist for the day, Mr. Shiv Prasad Law. So welcome, Mr. Shiv Prasad. Our first question to you, in all this that we've heard so far, there is a strong role that the government has been playing, So we would like to understand from you what is, various government measures have been released recently. Ms. Nirmala Sethuraman has come out with a whole lot of things that for people in MSME sector to know and understand and pick up. So what are those few highlights that you would like to explain to people, few measures that they should be watchful of and leverage at this point of time?
Sure, Shalini. Let me first, Manpreet had mentioned that after Soundarajan, he had a very tough thing because, a benchmark setting like, Manpreet to tell you, I have both of you who spoke, before me, Soundarajan and Manpreet. So you can imagine my predicament. Before I touch to your question, Shalini, if you can let me wear my Swiss Indian Chamber of Commerce hat first. And, I could like to let you know what, we, how we help MSMEs. In fact, we work very closely with the Swiss Business Hub India, which is actually headquartered in the Consulate General of Switzerland in Mumbai with a team even at the Embassy of Switzerland. There are two primary mandates with the Swiss Business Hub India has. One is the Swiss export promotion, which is geared towards supporting Swiss exporters to expand and enter the Indian market. And, there's a lot of handholding which is done. The channel partners are identified, distributors are identified, clients, and a lot of clarification is given on market and regulatory topics. The second one is for investment in Switzerland. So even the Swiss Business Hub identifies and supports Indian companies seeking to invest in Switzerland by establishing an office there. And, all the activities such as business development, trading, R&D, intellectual property licensing, the Swiss Business Hub acts as a first point of contact, because in Switzerland, there are different cantons, like regions. So it will be very difficult for an Indian expert to go and, start dealing with each of them. So the Swiss Business Hub is the first point of contact, and through them, the investors are supported, and that enables crucial contacts, with the industry associations, chambers of commerce over there, research institutes, innovation parks. So this is what basically is from the point of view of MSMEs who, as you were asking questions earlier to the other two panelists. Another thing is that during this recent COVID crisis, the Swiss Indian Chamber helped many MSMEs. We worked very closely with the Swiss Embassy, and we helped getting the many of our members, in this lockdown, you could not open your, unless you were into essentials. But still, it was not so easy. You may have been to essential supplies or essential manufacturing, but permissions were not so easy. So we worked very closely with the Swiss Embassy in getting them, and many of them could restart their operations, at very minimum capacity. Now to your question as to what the government measures are. Before answering that, there's one thing. Do you know that when we are talking, and there are so many Indian MSMEs who could be the participants today, that we have actually 65 million MSMEs in India. But you will not believe only 13 million MSMEs, 13 million MSMEs are only registered on the MSME portal, that is the Udyog Aadhaar portal. So you can imagine, because why I'm stressing this is that the benefits or the measures which you're mentioning are available to MSMEs who are registered. So the crucial thing is that Indian MSMEs need to register. Probably their awareness is not there, or they wouldn't know how to go about it. Let's start with which is an MSME? How do you define an MSME? And why I'm saying this is because just next week, the MSME definition is going to change. Today, MSMEs are divided into micro, small, medium. That will of course continue. But the definition is today, if a manufacturing enterprise has investment in plant and machinery or equipment, not more than 25 lakhs, it is a micro. If it's not more than 5 crores, it is categorized as small. And if it is not more than 10 crores investment in plant and machinery, it's medium. For a service enterprise, it is, if the investment in equipment is not more than 10 lakhs, it's a micro. Not more than 2 crores is medium, and not more than 5 crores is for a medium. 2 crores for small, and for 5 crores for a medium. But from the 1st of July 2020, that's next week, this notification had come on the 1st of June, but with effect from 1st of July, the investment in plant and manufacturing and in plant and machinery equipment is now increased from 25 lakhs to 1 crore for micro. And you have to have an additional turnover of up to 5 crores. This turnover is a new element which has been introduced. Similarly, for a small enterprise, you can invest up to 10 crores in plant and machinery equipment, and you have a turnover of up to 50 crores. And similarly, for medium, it's investment in plant and machinery equipment up to 50 crores and turnover of 250 crores. Now let's come to the benefits, because one will say that this person was talking about registering under the MSME portal, but then what are the benefits? You get collateral-free credit, which everyone may be aware of, or then you have a credit which is from the Credit Guarantee Fund. You also have interest rate exemption of up to 1% on overdraft facilities. There you get ease in getting licenses. There are states give concessions in electricity bills. You're allowed to carry forward minimum alternate tax MAT up to 15 years MSMEs. And another crucial thing is that when you are investing, you will obviously, when you sell something to a buyer or you provide services to a recipient of service, you would need to get your money in time, right? There is a provision that you have to get this money in 45 days. And if you don't get it in 45 days, there is a dispute redressal mechanism, which means that you can go to the Micro and Small Enterprises Facilitation Council, which will help you resolve it within 90 days. Because the penalty is 3 times, and that too, this is calculated on monthly rates, and 3 times the bank rate is the interest penalty which is there. So there are many companies who I know, they say, oh, the credit period is, we have a standard policy of 60 days, we don't budge. Look at your procurement policies again. If you have a small, micro, small, medium enterprise who's your vendor, please make that change to 45 days. To hell with your 60 days procurement policy, because if that person gets into it, your finances will go, because the penalty is huge. The next thing is that I talk of the 4 benefits, like the 4 S. There is the Samadhan, which is on the portal. What is Samadhan? Samadhan is the same thing, this mechanism for if there's dispute, if you don't recover the funds, don't recover your money. The second S is Sambandh. Sambandh is a procurement portal on the MSME side. And the third one is Sampark. Sampark is a job portal for SMEs. And the 4th S is the SIDBI, the Small Industries Development Bank of India. SIDBI actually helps for equity investment in MSMEs. Now to your very, everyone must be knowing that probably anyone must have heard also, because the announcements were made by Nirmala Sitharaman after the Prime Minister's announcement. So let's concentrate for the MSMEs. For the MSMEs, what's in store? First, there's a 3 lakh crores collateral-free emergency credit line. This emergency credit line is up to 20% of your outstanding as of 29th of February. It's fully guaranteed. There is no guarantee fee. The bank and the NBFC will not require any collateral. And this is estimated to help or aid 40 lakh SMEs to revive. Of course, there is, like conditions apply is what we always say whenever you see. So here also there are conditions. The condition is that your outstanding loan can be only up to 25 crores and your turnover is only up to 100 crores. Only then you're eligible to get this. The tenor of the period of the loan is just 4 years. Out of the first 12 months, there's a moratorium on the principal repayment. The banks, there's a capping on the interest rate. The banks can charge not more than 9.5%, and the NBFCs cannot charge more than 14%. So this is a very good thing. It's limited up to 31st of October. The second one is a 20,000 crore subordinate debt for stressed MSMEs. When I say stressed, essentially the NPAs. Now, how you revive the stressed MSMEs? By infusion of equity. And this is through the credit guarantee, the CGT MSC, as you say, the Credit Guarantee Trust, fund for micro and small enterprises. So this fund will provide partial credit and will also help infuse equity into through loans. They can be infused equity into the MSMEs. Last but not the least, the third one, which is important, is the 50,000 crore equity infusion in MSMEs through what they call fund of funds. The fund of funds is like there is a mother fund and there's a daughter fund. There's a huge corpus, about 10,000 crores in the mother fund, and that will leverage the daughter funds for about 50,000 crores at that level. And this will actually encourage MSMEs to even get, bring more equity into their fund, and it will help them to expand their size and capacity. Of course, there are other benefits also announced by the government under the Atmanirbhar Bharat scheme for MSMEs. The first one was promotion of e-marketing, because now you can't have those international trade fairs and exhibitions. Physical events are not to be seen in the near future. So they are promoting e-marketing as a replacement. Digitization will be introduced to enable transaction-based lending. Government and CPSEs are expected to pay within 45 days. There will be 24/7 custom clearance. This is as of now up to 30th of June, but I expect the government may extend that. Digital-based credit rating, as I said, and further, the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code has also increased the threshold from 1 lakh to 1 crore for filing any insolvency petition. So that's a big relief for MSMEs, I must say. So this is what I would say are the summaries of the benefits which so far has been provided by the government.
Wonderful. I think that was very, very detailed. You gave us a lot of detail as to what are the measures and what could be easily looked up as an MSME, which are the points they should note to, which measures can be leveraged. Thank you very much for this one. I think there's one of the important aspects out of this is also about government procurement, and some possible relaxation for MSMEs that came.
Yes.
Could you
yes.
Tell us a little more about that? Yeah.
Sure. So the relaxation which has come for government tenders, that is procurement from the government, originally it was reserved for 20% for MSMEs, and out of it 3% were for women entrepreneurs. But now under the new scheme, they have said if their tender is up to 200 crores value, foreign companies or global companies cannot compete in those tenders. So it's up to 200 crores. It's the local MSMEs have got the full, the playground, so to say, of only quoting for the tender. There will be no competition from the foreign players. That's what the laws, the provision was for government procurement tenders.
Okay, that's very, 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 very useful to know. Apart from these measures that are given by the government, anything on the side of GST, taxation, any benefits, any measures that are useful for MSMEs on that front?
Actually speaking, when you said GST, if you may permit, Shalini, I wanted to say something which is quite innovative or provocative. I wouldn't use the word innovative because just probably someone in the 1.3 billion may have the same idea. So I don't want to say that it is innovative or it's like my idea. But when you say GST, GST is payable on when you are selling or you're providing services. It's on the sales which you make. Now imagine in this lockdown situation for 3 to 4 months, there have been no sales, and the expected sales have also dropped, which means that your GST input credit, which is available with you to set off against the GST payable, you cannot utilize the GST input credit. So my suggestion is that why not the banks provide loans against this GST input credit? So this is what I'm saying is like it will not only bring fresh source of revenue, it will also be a fresher source of revenue for the banks. It'll infuse liquidity into the economy, and it will of course revive the MSMEs because they have to take loans at a very cheap rate. Now let me explain to you how this would work. What I'm trying to say is this. There is GST input credit for every business. Give transferable e-certificates. Okay, the government can issue transferable e-certificates against that input credit. They have say maybe say denominations of 10 lakhs, or you can even break it into smaller units so that when you want to redeem them, it becomes easy. The banks can lend money to the business owner to the tune of say 80 to 85% of these e-certificates at a concessional rate of even as low as 5%, because the bank does not have to borrow money to lend this. So the rate of interest can be even as low as 5%, right? Now, to the extent the e-certificates are issued, the GST input credit will get blocked. You can't have the cake and eat it too. So during that period, you'll have to pay GST on the sales which you're making, because you can't get any set off, right? Which means the government will get GST payments and it will get money into the kitty, which otherwise would have got adjusted against the GST input credit, right? Now, once you are able to repay this loan off, you can redeem your e-certificates, give it back to the government, and reinstate your GST input credit. So then you're back afterwards when your future sales, you can utilize the GST input credit as it was hitherto. So this is what I'm trying to say, that let us use this lockdown situation and the GST input credit to the benefit. Let's take an opportunity from this challenge which you're facing.
I'm sorry. So this is extremely, informative, because I don't think many enterprises are thinking from this perspective that you just shared with us. And this is definitely something that people can start pondering about, how to start looking at GST.
Yeah, but let me interrupt, Shalini. The thing is, it's not so easy. I mean, MSMEs might think of doing this,
right,
but you need support from the finance ministry.
Absolutely.
And therefore, we have to make this proposal to the finance ministry. I think, a couple of proposals we have gone from, because we have sent through other chambers. And I would even urge the India SME Accelerator Network also to put up this proposal to the government, because it's, this finance ministry, the banking division, then it goes to the GST committee, the MSME. It's not just one department of the government which can take a decision. So we have to, really push, because this is in the interest. It's a win-win situation for the government as well as for the MSMEs.
I agree.
And not just MSMEs, it can even work for others.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, these are advocacy level of discussions that can be taken up to the government, and
right.
Definitely at individual, enterprise level, is difficult to push your way into many of these things. Right. And I think as apex bodies, a lot can be done here, and we can make a difference together. I agree. Yeah. So thank you very much for that insight into this. Dr. Mr. Shiv Prasad, any other aspect from a government perspective, from a law perspective, you think that will be useful for MSMEs to know at this point of time?
So if you talk from a funding perspective, I'm saying funding because that's the most essential, tool for MSMEs to run. So does anyone, or not does anyone, I mean, many would be, but hardly there are very few MSMEs, there are about 800 odd SMEs who are actually listed on the Bombay Stock Exchange. In Bombay Stock Exchange, there's a BSE SME platform. Mm-hmm. Of course, there are criteria. Your post-issue paid-up capital should not be more than 25 crores. You have to have a positive net worth. Your net tangible asset should be 3 crores. Even your co-partnership or your company before, or LLP, which are converted into a company and is now an SME, wants to be listed, you have to be in the business for at least 2 years, or at least you have taken a loan from a bank or financial institutions, or your group company may have been listed for at least 3 years. But there are several benefits for a listed company. So because you can get infused the funds, and it's absolutely at very minimum cost, or rather no cost. You of course have to pay dividend, of course, when you make profits. But the idea of many are not aware that there are, for startups and for SMEs, this platform is there. So I would encourage MSMEs to list their, go for a public offering and list your shares on the stock exchange. First on MSME portal, and then grow that. Of course, what is mandatory is that you have to have a website. I think most MSMEs would be having. You will have to also facilitate demat trading. That is a given. And there should be no change in the promoters for at least 1 year prior to you making an application to the SME platform of the stock exchange.
I think, yes, you touched upon a very, very important aspect of the MSME exchange. And unfortunately, not many enterprises are fully aware of, this opportunity of financing that they can get from listing themselves at the exchange. So thank you very much for bringing that up. And it's a vital information that they should be having at this point of time to tap into. If the panel permits me, I think we can now move into the Q&A session. We will try to take up some of the comments and questions from the participants who have been trying to type to us. So, dear participants, please continue to write into the chat box as we go through the Q&A session, and we'll try to address as many as we can in the given time that we have. So, coming to the first question. So Mr. Raghunath Rajan is asking from Rytec Hydraulics is an MSME unit holder, and they're looking for export of hydraulic fittings, which they manufacture in Mumbai. So how do we go about this? Is his question. Where can they export? So I will leave it to the panel, who would like to take this question. In terms of an export, hydraulic fittings, which market would they be able to look at for export?
Okay, I'll take it up as maybe a beginner, and Mr. Soundarajan ji and Shiv Prasad ji can add on to it. When you say hydraulic fittings, it is an intermediate product. It is not an end consumer product. So you need to look at countries that are manufacturing countries. So that leaves out more than half the world, so that you can skip that part. Out of what remains, you have to also look at for the countries that would be willing to buy from India for the quality issues or from the initial perception issue. Now, India is very good when it comes to hydraulics and for steel products or forgings and all these things. We've been traditionally good at it. So even German high precision machinery is using some of the components which are from India. So when we look at it that way, you can look at manufacturing countries like Turkey. You can look at countries like Saudi Arabia, which is manufacturing equipments for oil and gas. You can also look at Germany, which is doing high precision machinery. So these are the top 3 countries that you would be interested in looking at. In addition to the same, you've got Malaysia today, which is one of the supplying majorly to some of the oil and gas units. And for the food industry, they've got a huge palm oil processing industry. Indonesia has a palm oil processing industry. So these are the additional 2 countries that you need to look at. If he's looking up at industries in the defense sector or aerospace sector, then I would say Russia is a good option, because Russia is a large importer of Indian products, and we've been very well connected to them since a few decades. In addition, we've got France, which is the aerospace hub. So these are the countries that you should primarily look at, depending on the sector of interest that suits you. Soundarajan ji can add for the ASEAN countries and Shiv Prasad ji for the rest of Europe.
You already answered the questions very well, so there's nothing much to add. As you said, Indonesia has got a good potential as far as that is concerned. Hydraulics, yes, Indonesia, Philippines are the 2 countries where there is a possibility that that person can try and establish his network and expand his business. Thank you.
To add, I can only say that you're welcome to Switzerland also if you want to invest, and we can help you get in touch with the Swiss Business Hub.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have answered this question very well for the enterprise. There's another question which is coming from Mr. Sridharan. He's talking of cost impact for exporters. How will they get back the GST credit? So this is the question.
So this is more a technical question. So because there's a process involved for getting the GST input credit. So it's quite a detailed thing. If I would take time now, so I can answer this offline to Sundarajan.
Sure. So Mr. Sridharan, this is the question.
Sridharan, sorry.
Yeah. So we'll answer this offline for you. Definitely the answer will come because this is a technical one. Yeah. All right. So there's another question that is, can the micro and small enterprises and buyer mutually waive off the interest on delayed payment? This is a question coming from Chavi Jain.
Can you repeat the question?
So can the MSME and the buyer mutually waive off the interest on delayed payment?
That's a very nice legal question actually. There's nothing laid down in the process. The thing is that if there is a dispute, then you go there, right? So now here I'll bring you a point that all the companies, there's a notification which has been issued where the companies have to give a half-yearly return to the government, to the Ministry of Corporate Affairs on the outstandings due to SMEs and the reason if there's a default, right? Now, if there's a dispute, then it's between the two of them. Normally, it doesn't go to the council. Similarly, if there is a mutual agreement that, okay, let's waive off the interest, then it's an agreement between the two of them. It's a contract which is two of them. I don't think anyone will interfere and say, no, you have to pay the interest. For long business relationship, the SME may say, okay, I waive off interest, but please don't do it as a habit. I mean, I can waive off as a one time. You can't put in a contract, say that, I will always waive mutual interest, because then it looks as if, the contract is one-sided. But if there is to tide off a situation, say in this COVID situation, there's an understanding from both sides that, okay, we will waive interest. I think that's fair enough.
Okay, I really hope that answers the question, and it's very valuable answer that we just got, Chavi. I hope your query is resolved there. The next question is coming from Mr. Raghunath Rajan. His question is, MSMEs are truly stressed financially with no revenues and difficulty in paying tax, in salaries, etc. How can the Finance Ministry or bank give facility for MSME unit holder? I think this is a question that has been fairly answered already, in the previous session of financing the business recovery, and also answered largely with the government measures from the Finance Ministry that, Mr. Shiv Prasad detailed out. So I think this is fairly answered. So I'll move to the next question.
Yeah, I can only add that, this is all the more the proposal which I was suggesting. If we push to the Finance Ministry to really help SMEs, to relieve their stress.
True. So we have Shyam Sundar Mohta who's saying, I want to export textile product saris. What is the scope in Sri Lanka for it? So Mr. Soundarajan, this question would come to you. Talking about exporting textile products, saris, and what is the scope in Sri Lanka?
It has got a very good potential. There's absolutely nothing to work about. You can just look for the preference, whether they want cotton, they want this, the requirements of the ladies there in Sri Lanka. The person has to do a small survey before he does it, and there is excellent scope. There is no beautiful scope is there in Sri Lanka for saris especially.
Okay. Thanks for that. I think that's heartening. And the MSME.
Can I add something to that?
Yes, please.
Okay, another example. I was in Hong Kong participating in a fashion exhibition, which was basically the Hong Kong Fashion Week. So we have a footwear division we were exhibiting. So, right next door, there was this stall that had amazing designs. I mean, very flowy gowns and tops and all these things. I felt that there's something, familiar about these, and I couldn't really get it. So this guy comes and he's a European guy selling exotic products and all that, high fashion. I asked him, I find there's a connection, but I can't really make out what. Can you tell me what, is there something, are you connected to India in any way or what? He said, yeah, these are all made from saris. So what he used to do is, instead of the normal fabric, he used to pick up unique saris from all over the country when he used to travel. Let it be South India, North India. We've got an amazing mix of saris in our country. So people are using these as fabrics to make exotic garments. So that's a huge market. I mean, of course, the volumes will not be so high, but that's where your margin lies. So this is something that, a sari manufacturer can look at.
Thanks for that input, Mr. Manpreet. That is useful, really useful. We have another question from Mr. Jayashilan, who's saying we are a leading manufacturer of mechanical heart valves. So it's a medical device. So which countries is there a potential with least legal procedures as far as registration is concerned?
So if he wants to do anything, she wants to do anything in Switzerland, for all the legal procedures help, the Swiss Business Hub will definitely help. She can approach the Swiss Indian Chamber and we can take it up for her.
Okay, great. I hope your question is answered, Jayashilan. Okay, we have another question from Mr. Rangarao Shinde. He's talking about exporting dry fish. So, which country is, friendly for export of dry fish? I think we did cover that a bit in terms of fishery opportunities, which Mr. Soundararajan had explained in the ASEAN, countries. So that should probably be the best.
I did mention it as far as they are all exporting fish. The dry fish. I'm not sure at the moment, but we can definitely, if they get in touch with us, we can try to check and then get back to them. It is possible. Cambodia has got a good potential to
Okay.
sell dry fish. Yes, we can try.
Okay.
Can I add another example?
Yes, please. Yes, please. We love your example.
Okay, when it comes to fish, very recently there was, India is one of the largest exporters of shrimps. Our second competitor in the world is Ecuador. Both export to America. So recently, what happened was, there was an issue, and there were raw material shortages, and there was lockdown in India, and there was huge exporter spending. Imagine being the largest exporter in the world. You've got orders, but you can't ship. What do you do? So what India did was, we went to Ecuador. We tied up with Ecuadorian companies. We got the shipments to India, repackaged, relabeled, and sent it out. So can you imagine that this is the kind of potential that India has, and the margins that you are having in India, that you're going to South America, buying fish from there, getting to India, repackaging it, selling it to America, and still making a profit. So that is something that we really our Indian companies are very innovative. So when it comes to dried fish, America is one of the largest markets, including ASEAN and Southeast Asia, which are our largest consumers, and we are definitely one of the largest exporters.
Wow. Thanks for that. Once again, bringing a live example. So that's definitely very interesting route to take, and people can take note of this. So I think we are kind of coming to the end of our session with the Q&As that has been, helpful, hopefully, for the participants. And I don't know where to begin, because this has been such an exciting session with the three panelists we have had today. A lot of information, fresh inputs, and things to ponder. And I really hope the MSMEs are able to grab, some of the opportunities you've thrown at them today, with various countries. The most important thing for them, I think, is mentally to push their boundaries of thinking, to think beyond just local and going national to actually going international. And at a time when people are talking of crisis, sometimes it's the disruptive thinking that really helps in moving your strategy in a direction that can take you to the next leap, and not just small steps that you would normally take in a normal course of business. So I would really urge the MSMEs today to take clue from what the panelists have told them, and really venture out in to areas and new markets with innovative products. At the same time, have the right kind of information sought from them, go about it in a systematic and well informed way, so your decision is well informed as you take. The chambers are always there to support, and I'm hearing a lot of panel participants asking, how do we get in touch with these chambers? Their websites are available, and they will also be sharing their details with you as to how you should contact and who you should contact to become members of these chambers. They're always there to support you in taking your business abroad. So is the government with various schemes, that has been explained very well. So those wondering where to start, you can definitely get in touch with the chambers, or to beginners, you please get in touch with us, which you already know, and we will connect you with these chambers so you can become members there, and you can we can jointly help in whatever you need to do in terms of out of box thinking to take your products into the right place at the right time. So this is an opportunity not to be lost, because a best entrepreneur is one who converts the challenges into an opportunity. And right now we're sitting with a situation that's a challenge, and we're all here to help you convert that into the right opportunity for future. So with that, I would like to end this particular session. Please note that India SME Accelerator Network is a knowledge partner to the chambers, and we are always there to handhold your journey in transitioning your business from where you have been to where you wish to go with the chambers and the government, and take it forward. So on that note, we would like to end this session.
Can I share a contact slide?
Oh,
if
please,
possible.
please. If we have a contact slide or contact information, we'll be happy to, put this up right away. Please feel free to share your screen. Participants can take note of this.
Shall I stop? I think everybody
Yes.
must have noted down. Thanks.
I think that's useful. So I would only like to add that along with the chambers, India SME Accelerator has been doing a lot of work and will be doing a lot of work also in the future. So we've come up with what is called an accelerator program for business, which is the business recovery program. And participants who join into the program over a period of 2 months will be taken from whatever state you are in to your own new strategy of not just recovery, but growth for the future. So the entire endeavor is to help you strategically make the right move with the guidance of chambers and apex bodies. So please feel free to get in touch with us, and we will tell you more and guide you more as to how to take this forward. So big thank you very much to Mr. Soundararajan, Mr. Manpreet Singh, and Mr. Shiv Prasad Lord. I really appreciate and value the kind of time you've
Thank you
taken
so
out
much
with us.
for the opportunity.
Thank you so
and
much,
it's a
Shalini.
Great time we had together.
Thank you so much, Shalinji, and big thank you to India SME Accelerator Network. I mean, it's been a pleasure and great panel. And thank you, attendees, for being with us today afternoon and spending your time.
Thanks,
Thanks to
Shalini, for
everyone.
giving us this opportunity, to address and explain the nuances of MSMEs in India. And at the same time, I thank all the other my co-panelists and the attendees for their patient hearing and for their questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All
Thank
the very best, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you, panelists. I shall now request the participants, to stay tuned with us. We're taking a short break, a 30-minute break, which is for lunch. Let's all grab lunch and get energized for our next session. 2 o'clock, we're back for the next panel, which is on digitization journey, that the transformation that the MSMEs can take. And that's coming up at 2 o'clock. Please stay tuned, and we'll be right back. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, participants. Welcome back to the next session after our lunch break. I hope we're all energized, back in action after a quick bite. So we're now moving to the third session of the day, which is digital transformation of MSMEs. We're joined by two panelists, industry experts in their own way on IT, and that's the topic for now. Information technology has been an inevitable part of our evolution for a very long time. And we have embraced and adopted technology that has been meaningful and progressively impacted our lives over time. And we've been doing that, including the current webinar that we are sitting on. In 6 months ago, this would have been a day-long event somewhere at some five-star hotel where physically we would have all gathered. But the very fact that we've all been able to quickly adapt and move on to conducting an online day-long session like this is a reflection of the fact that the human race is made to adapt technologies, and we're all inbuilt and inherent in a way that whatever is meaningful, we pick that up quickly. IT is definitely one of those important aspects that's going to change the way we live, not just personally, but from a business standpoint. So today we're all, more efficient and more productive. So we have industry experts on the panel to guide the small businesses on how they could transform their businesses. I would like to introduce them to you one by one. Firstly, Ms. Neha Hiranandani, a very well-known and respected name in IT. She has over 30 years of experience in information technology. She's currently the global CIO of Cipla and has been the Vice President IT at Mondelez International prior to this, Cadbury India and Asia prior to that. From implementing standalone IT applications in factories, depots, and head office to implementing ERP, SAP for country operations in Malaysia, Philippines, China, India, to championing the entire digitization journey of Cipla globally, she has done it all. So she is the right person to tell you what's good and what's not. The other person on the panel with us today is Ms. Hina Wazirani. She is the director with Ernst & Young, taking care of Africa, India, and Middle East with over 17 years of experience in technology consulting. She has been consulting business of varying sizes, big and small, across sectors like manufacturing, which includes pharmaceuticals, consumer products, automobiles, among others. We definitely have a great mix and complementing, experience between the two ladies. And I'm sure we're going to learn a lot from this panel. Also, just to say that this is a very special panel, being an all-woman panel today. We're going to make a good difference, hopefully, to small businesses. Yeah, on that note, I'd like to welcome the two of you, Hina and Sneha.
Thank you, Shalini. So, Shalini, I would just like to start off with a small video. And once the video, wakens everybody, because usually the lunch break sessions after. So I thought I'll have a pep video first, and then I'll start the talking. So I'll just put on the video.
Perfect.
I hope you enjoyed the video. I'll just move on to the presentation now. Shalini, I hope I am audible.
Yes. Thank you very much, Ina, for a brilliant start. So all the floor is all yours.
Perfect. Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm here to present the digitization world for you guys. And the way I have put in this presentation is to talk about what are the trends that people are using, that people are seeing during digitization, as well as how does it really apply to manufacturing. So during the course of this presentation, I'll talk about where there are, use cases, where there are examples, where companies like you have adapted that, and they've seen a drastic change in the growth and the strategies that they are going through. So, first of all, let us just have a look at what is it that we see as a scale for digitization. By 2020, everyone knows what is IoT. We are seeing that there will be about $25 billion potential for industrial IoT by 2020 itself. And we are talking about 163 zettabytes of amount of data being collected because we are moving towards digitization by year 2025. When we say different technologies in blockchain as well, we are talking about 9.2 US billion dollars of spending by worldwide for IoT and blockchain technologies. So we are seeing that while there are so many options for adapting in digitization, the world is moving towards it. And it's not just India, it is not a particular industry, but we are seeing that change all around us. What are the threats that we see? So if a company is going towards the journey of digitization, what is it that we see as a challenge? What is it that we see as an opportunity? And while you see the screen, I'm talking about threats, I will always speak about the positive side of it. So whenever it comes to, if everything is automated, people will not be needed. We may just lose jobs. But what people are not thinking is that the quality of jobs that we are talking about, it will be much better worldwide. So which means that if today you are spending your time in mundane jobs and you're really getting bored of doing it over and over again, it is like you do the same thing over and over again.
Hina, I think you've gone on mute. We can't hear you.
Yeah, I think someone else put me on mute.
Okay.
So we are saying while there will be a change in the kind of jobs, you should not look at it that there is a job loss that has happened, but you should look at it that is a new opportunity to think digital, think from a strategy point of view, and think towards innovation and how do you grow yourself. We also noticed that a lot of people worldwide now have to adapt skills to adopt new technologies. And if I take an example, in Indian schools, at least when I did my schooling in 90s, coding was not a mandated subject. And when I see school kids around me, everyone is pushed towards coding. There is a mandatory subject that has been embedded because even the school authorities believe, even so that's the new trend that is coming and we need to adopt to. When I say talk about all of these threats, one key thread is the amount of data that you gather. Now, as much as digital data that you gather, that also means there's a lot of cyber crime that may increase. So anything that is digital there is a big thread around cyber crime, but I also see this as an opportunity that now teenage kids come to me and talk and they ask me, there's a lot happening in cyber. Do you think that I should make myself a cyber professional? Do you think that I should become a hacker and I'll have a good growth opportunity? So while there is a negative side to it, but we also see that that opens up a job opportunity in a particular subject, which is cyber. So all these threats that I'm talking about, we should always look at the positive side of it. And when I say opportunities, now consumer experience is something that we always want to look at. And there are so many opportunities that we see around. Just an example, an AI powered chatbot. So nowadays, whenever you call up maybe ICICI Bank or you call up any bank, most of the time you are acknowledged by a chatbot, because what they want is that the other side, there shouldn't be a dedicated 24/7 person sitting to answer generic questions, to answer things that are already documented. So what they've done is replace those kind of jobs and put a chatbot there. And I'm sure most of you would have already experienced, because that's the way things are working now. And it's not a bad experience to be with. Then there are other options and drones that are capturing and analyzing data. There are some oil industry boilers that have been developed to showcase trends. So there are multiple things that I see. In fact, I was reading about one of the Indian jewelry manufacturer. What they did was, and specifically in the age of COVID, when people want to buy, but they cannot go and check the jewelry in the showroom, what they did was they developed a AI-based experience for jewelry designs, which means, and I'm talking about an Indian jewelers, which means that sitting at home, you go to the website, you select the jewelry that you want to try out. They will ask you for a video option. They will make you wear that virtually. They will make you see how it looks. So specifically because the times have changed, already changed. We always thought that the lockdown will happen only for 1 month, maybe 17 days to start with. And I think I have not gone out for over 90 days. And this is the new way of working. So we have to think how to make digital, how to have these opportunity convert into our jobs, into new skills, and how to make the customer experience much better. Now, if you think from a digital transformation perspective, it's not that today as a CIO or a chief digital officer or a CEO, I decide that I want complete digitization of my organization. So that's not an overnight journey. What it also means is that there will be an impact on technology, which is obvious. There will be an impact on people as well. There will be an impact on the business model and external as well. The example that I gave in terms of the jeweler, and it's a small time jeweler who had taken that option, the complete business model changed for him. But when he compares his options of delivering to his customers, they are much more than the larger showrooms who did not give that option online or virtual reality. So it's a complete change internal as well as external, where people are actually adapting to the change that we are bringing in on the table. Now, change in people, change in skill set also calls for change in talent. And when we are changing the complete way we are operating, maybe we can think of upgrading the skill sets that we have internally, or we can think of hiring new skill sets which know the latest technologies. What challenges you may potentially see? So if you decide that you want to go on a digital journey, what would you really see as a challenge? One, the first challenge that you will see is the people mindset. It is very difficult for organizations who are working in a certain manner continuously for a very long time, gaining profits, to suddenly change the way they are operating. And this particular challenge everybody would have seen during the COVID times. Now, the question is, should I adapt to the change and have my business running, or just sit back home, have my shop shut, have my business, not working at all and not think towards it and wait for the lockdown to go. So I'm sure it has forced people to think on the innovative side and think how I can adopt to digital and make sure that my business is running. The other aspects will be maybe a stage of scale up because you do not have that infrastructure currently. So what are the various options for scale up? The change in the legacy IT systems that you're already using. Is there a need that you upgrade them? Is there a need that you replace them? So these are the digitization. There may be a difficulty in integrating with partners and accelerators. And one of the daily examples that I can speak of, we wanted some develop bots for us. And we reached out to some local company to say that, look, our hands are full internally. Is there a way that we can partner with you so that we can develop more bots? And the answer we got was, look, we are also having hands full. And we really thought that it is a small scale company. They may not have work, but because of the way everybody is working, all of these small time vendors also have got job opportunities. While emerging technologies trends are affecting the way your digital strategy is, how can you really succeed? So there are some three key points that I would want all of you to think about. One is create an ecosystem for the movement to transformation, because you as a leader, when you think of the complete transformation, it may be very difficult for the others who are working under you to accept that. So you need to realize that the complete ecosystem has to change once the employees and the stakeholders accept that idea and want to believe in that idea. So make sure that there is a complete movement for transformation that you are planning for. Make sure that you're building an agile digital model and ensuring that there are capabilities built in to make sure it is up and running. Now, a lot of times there will be instances where you adapt to a technology. It may not work the way you want. So you need to make a model that accepts certain failures, and then you go on and move on to a new technology. So making sure that you build and sustain an agile digital model is something that you need to take care of. Now, platforms and technology enablement, every efficiency of the application is dependent on the backdrop that you have. So you need to make sure that the underlying enterprise architecture is ready to then generate those kind of insights, because the digital data will be a lot to handle. And at the same time, you need to just make sure we are not just talking about IT in our office, we are also talking about operational technologies that are present in the manufacturing sector. So you just need not look at how IT is working, but also you look at how OT is working in your domain. So I already spoke of most of these aspects, including being collaborative. You need to make sure that internal teams are collaborative. Uh, Seniority is dedicated towards making strategic decisions and what will really work. But at the same time, the collaboration with the technical people. And I faced this issue in my early days as well. When you as a newbie enter into an organization who've been working for a very long time and try to generate ideas, I used to get questions that, my dear, your age is my experience. So the number of years that I have been working, you cannot teach us. But what we have to understand is these newbies know what they're doing. These newbies can generate new ideas because they've learned and grown in that manner compared to what we used to be. We have to be collaborated. We have to be open to ideas and not take the age factor as something that can be an input to your experience or the way that operations are working. Believe me, a lot of people in my team who are half my age, they have generated a lot of unbelievable ideas that have been accepted by our EY clients. So disruption is something that you cannot move away from. There are different ways that digitization can be adopted, and there are 4 ways that I can talk about right now. One is, how does a customer wants to experience? So A simple customer experience example that I gave was the jewelry sector. Another example is there were people who were trying to, we face a general issue that I want to change my tire every 4 years. So I buy a car, I make sure that my tires are well maintained, they're up and running. So one of the companies, a tire company, what they thought of, how can I change the customer experience related to this, standard of changing 4 years, every 4 years, changing the tire, even if the wear and tear is not much. I still by default go by that. And I'm sure a lot of you must be using that model as well. So this tire manufacturing company, what they did was they started giving wear and tear by the number of miles that the tire goes, which means they have tires with sensors. And what the sensor does is an indication that there is a wear and tear. It will give a notification to the company, and the experience of the customer is not to worry about the time or the number of miles or kilometers that they have gone, but just to rely on the automated messages that are coming to them to take decisions of when to change the tire. So that's a complete customer experience change and mindset change. Another example of or an idea for change is having a subscription-based model. Now, when I give an example of subscription-based model, uh, one of the boiler manufacturing companies. Now, I will start off with first an example of how boilers were being used over a period of time. Most of you are from the manufacturing industry, and you would have seen that there was a notice that came during the we heard was a boiler bursting into a manufacturing setup, because after the notification was revoked, the company did not know how to switch it on, and they just switched it on by clicking a button. And that was a normal process in their SOPs. And because of that, there was a mischarge that was reported in that particular plant. Taking this as an opportunity in Industry 4.0, one of the boiler manufacturing companies decided that they will have sensors. They will have a collaboration platform which talks about subscriptions of whatever trends they are seeing across industries on the type of boilers and how do they really work, give a predictive analysis how to deal with such situations. So an opportunity after an incident happened is that particular company is now selling not just boilers, but also subscriptions on a per year model to understand what are the analysis that have happened on different type of boilers. The next model is having a platform ecosystem. Now, I know I can take Geo's name openly here. So Reliance Geo, when it started, if you see, they developed different applications, and they used to just roll out different applications one by one till the end consumer did not get used to it. And over a period of time, when the number of applications increased, number of customers increased, they started calling it as a Reliance Geo platform. So that's the new way of dealing with things, which means that in your company, if you already have 5 or 6 type of applications that you're using, rather than replacing it with an ERP, which is something that consolidation that everybody used to see, you can have a platform model, have them integrated together, and have a baseline of data to reside below. And that is called the platform ecosystem model. The last option which I spoke about, and we all are aware, is bots to human aid. And there are different ways that people are using bots. We already know about this case study. Whenever you think of digitization in your company, you can look at these use cases and see what you really need to adopt to, and then accordingly decide your strategy. Another aspect that is key is how do I look at a top-down approach, or should I look at a bottom-up approach when I'm adopting to complete enablement of transformation? Now, it really depends on the kind of business that you're doing. If it is a digital customer, then a smart engine kind of transmission is something that will work and will be a top-down approach. If it is a model that is more remote asset related, it will be a bottom-up approach. So it really depends on what kind of manufacturing or what kind of business you are in, that you have to decide on the kind of approach that you want to adapt. Now, dependent on the type of service or product that you want to deliver through digitization, there are different options, or I would say different challenges that you see on the screen. There will be a speed to impact on cost initiatives. Obviously, everywhere where we want to work something new, there will be a cost impact. There will be some revenue impacts. Maybe just in the initial years when you're adapting to new technologies or going through that new model, there will be an impact on the kind of revenues that you're generating. Innovation which is completely unavoidable today. You have to innovate, you have to think different to adapt to new technologies. You will obviously attract top talent in various experiences that you need for this transformation journey. You need deep expertise in all the digital areas. So someone who doesn't have that experience may find it difficult to adapt to this journey. And risk of failure, I believe you have to accept that residual risk that you may fail, but you have to get up and start all over again. That may happen a couple of times, but that will give you an experience to accept the change that is happening globally. Digitization in different forms. I would say there are multiple options in a manufacturing setup. It could be an opportunity in research and development. There could be an opportunity in manufacturing and supply chain. It could be an opportunity in marketing and sales. I think when you start off as an enterprise, you need to identify those pockets where you want to start off with, and maybe are the low risk items to start and then adapt to new technology. I already spoke about different options, so I will just skip this slide because it talks about what is it that you want to do. Do you want to have product as a platform? Do you want to have services as your business model? Do you want to have subscription as a business model? So we already spoke the different options that are available or the cases that are available in the new type of transformations that are happening. The slide, although it looks very colorful and a lot of data here, but in a simple language, what you see here is across your complete business model, where there is innovation, product development, supply chain, customer experience, business processes, regulatory and cyber. What are the various options for you to adapt to technology and digitization, not just to improve efficiency, but also to have new talents and new skill sets in your own industry. It will be driven through your complete enterprise reinvent, to create new model, to manage data, and you need to empower your employees to take decisions whenever you adapt to that journey. Your employees really have to support the complete journey. If you go for digitization as an option, you need to think what are the fast-paced items that you need to look at for a complete end-to-end framework. You would need investment in hardware and software. You would need the analytics capability. If you have an existing workforce, you need to see how do you reskill them. You need to adapt to the technology change that will happen, and you have to deploy different security solutions. And as I said earlier, because there's a lot of digital data that we're talking about, you need to understand what are the security solutions that are available in the market to ensure there is safety and security related to the cyber attacks that happen. What you see on the screen is a complete model that talks about in a manufacturing setup. You talk about all the connected ecosystem, equipment ecosystem. What all will it impact? And this is just a deep dive into a simplistic example. You will have users who are impacted as a stakeholder. You will have the dealers who are impacted as a stakeholder. software providers or the wireless carriers or the insurance companies who are working with you. The financing partners will have an impact. The fleet owners, we have to deal with them. They will have an impact. And the complete equipment manufacturing. So if you use a particular use case which is very specific to manufacturing, you would see that there are multiple people, stakeholders that will be that will be impacted, and they will also have to go through the complete change. So it's not an experience that only the outside world will see, but internally your stakeholders will also have to see that change coming in your company. So, Shalini, I had only this much in my slides. Over to you, Sneha, if you want to add, or Shalini, you can open the forum for question and answers.
I think I would love to hear Ms. Sneha Hiranandani if she has an overall perspective to give to the MSMEs to begin with.
Hi, good afternoon, Shalini, and thanks, Hina, for a brilliant presentation, I think, as always. And good afternoon to all the viewers and audience on this webinar. So I think the presentation was very comprehensive, and through my personal experience of now being in the industry for over 32 years and going through various transformations, from starting my career in '89 to when digital meant big tapes and floppies, to today when we hear Hina talking about IoT and robotics. I think it's been a long journey, but some of the things have been pretty consistent through that journey. So whenever you are talking about digitization or talking about anything new, I think the challenges that come through it are almost the same, because the challenges all have to do with people. And it's a lot to do with behavior and acceptance and adoption. So whether you're really moving from the floppy days or the tape days to talking about moving your data now on cloud, and therefore there is nothing like backups anymore, you still have the same kind of nervousness when it comes to doing something new. And the nervousness today is positive excitement. So what is new? How do I look at it? And how is it going to change my life? So for me, even today, anything new that I try to explore, I am like a like a kid before a new exam or before a new subject that I'm picking up. It's just that your experience and your learnings allows you to deal with it in a lot better way. So for everybody on this webinar, if there is something new that you're doing for the first time, or for somebody who's been pretty experienced at doing it, I think you would have that nervousness that you have with every new deployment. But believe me, we've got to do this. There is no looking away. Digital is the way to go. However, what you call digital, what you size as digital, and what you have an appetite for is pretty, industry to industry, individual to individual, organization to organization. My request or my suggestion would be, you must think big. You've got to reimagine, and you've got to think completely holistic and futuristic. You may choose to do it in piecemeal, depending on the appetite that you've got, but don't let your thinking become a constraint to what you want to do. So think big, think holistic, think long term. You may want to implement, you may want to deploy, you may want to really go case by case, piece by piece, but there is no looking back. And even for large organizations like ours, whether it was in my Mondelez days or in my Cipla days, believe me, the amount I would have personally tried to get people to adopt, change, take on new technologies, accept new technologies, how much we've done in the last 3 months through COVID would, really take over a lot of the efforts of the last 30 years as well. So to get people to really adopt, like Shalini said, come onto a webinar versus saying, no, everything is face to face. I want to see you. I want to talk to you. There were people who didn't want to do meetings, so I traveled to 3 offices every day. Go to Vikhroli in the morning, reach Parel in the afternoon, reach Bombay Central in the evening. And today I'm sitting out of my house doing, multitude of meetings, talking to so many stakeholders, and they've all accepted it. So I guess there is an acceptance, and like they say, no pain, no gain. So we must get onto this journey, and there's no better time than now. So Shalini, I really want to take it to you now to ask us any questions that you've got. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that perspective, because that's really, really helpful for small businesses to start thinking big. And like you said, it's important to think big, but you might take small steps. But thinking big absolutely is a well said one from you. And thanks a lot, Hina, for a very detailed presentation. A lot of information coming out, and we're already having people saying, "Can you share the presentation with us?" So I'm sure the interest level has really gone up now with the session. So we'll start taking up a couple of questions. I request all the participants, please use the chat box at the bottom of your screen that you see. Please start typing in your questions. Throw in whatever comes to your mind. At the panel, they will be able to take care of your questions, and we'll try and help you as much as we can. So I'll begin with the first question, which is between the top line and the bottom line, which is like taking care of sales versus taking care of cost efficiencies within the organizations. Where should a small business begin their transformation journey? What would you recommend?
So I'll take up that question, Sneha. Shalini, that's a very good question, and that is something that we've been asked about. And there was one slide also that I spoke on. It really depends on the nature of business that you have, that you should think of top line or bottom line. So just to give an example, if you are in a commodity business, I would recommend that you have a top line option. But if you are in a services business, then bottom line will be more important in terms of having efficiency. So a simplistic answer to this is you need to think top or bottom based on the nature of business that you're dealing with.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. That's a good starter for people. So the second question over to you is to say, with a lot of data being taken online, with the whole process of digitization that you were referring to, how should small business deal with data security? People have questions like, will my competition come to know about my customer database? Small things like that. So how would you recommend they deal with this data security?
So data security is something, like I said, with new age technology, there are new jobs. One for the kind of people who attack different companies, and second for the kind of people who protect. Now, when I say that if you are in a small size or a medium sized company and you do not have that kind of an infrastructure to protect yourself from the cyber threats, I believe there are a lot of multiple type of cloud models that are available to outsource, data, and it could be any SaaS model, it could be infrastructure model. And the reason I would rely on cloud service providers now is because there is a change in regulations. There is a change in the way people are dealing with data. And hence, all of these service providers are well equipped to deal with the new regulations and the new threats that are upcoming. A lot of people would have heard about the new data privacy bill that has come in. People would have seen how IT Act, there are changes in the IT Act, Indian IT Act. And of course, if you've read about the global changes in regulations, there's GDPR that was spoken about in the last year. Because of this complete change in regulation, a complete change in the way things are being managed, most of the service providers, cloud service providers, are ready and they are, waiting for these kind of companies to come to them to deal with data because they are well equipped. So I think an option to outsource is something that will be helpful to them.
Wonderful. That's a very, very good answer. I hope the participants are benefiting from this. We have a question here that's coming up from Ms. Jayashilan, saying both the presenters have emphasized the significance of IT at operational level. What would be the change that can be expected in direct selling, such as pharmaceutical selling?
So here now, while you're trying to sell e-pharma to us, I think you should be able to really try and take that on, and then I can give you some perspective of the new things that we are doing in the pharma and the healthcare industry as well.
So in the pharma industry, in terms of digitization, what we have seen is requests that come in that how do I reduce my turnaround time in QC labs so that my scientists can think about strategically about innovation. That's one specific example that I can immediately think of. apart from that, there are different options in terms of having a smart factory. Now, when I say smart factory, it's a typical day at work when you enter into a factory and you go and pick up your equipment, then you log into your different machines. You set the parameters for the whatever pharma that you're about to generate or produce. What we also thought and what we are hearing now is, can all of this become digital? When I say digital, during the COVID times, you would have noticed that there was a mandate not to have 100% workforce on field, or not to have everybody going to the factory or the plants. And people wanted to evaluate options that maybe I can sit at home. I enter the parameters in my PLCs, HPLCs, SCADAs. Can I generate data, or can I operate them from through digital options? And that's the view of smart factory. Believe me, while we were talking and trying to, tell people that this is the way things will operate going forward, people have started adopting to that idea after the COVID crisis. And it is not just in the global work that I'm talking about, but also in India, because of the amount of workforce that has reduced at the plant sites. They want to adapt and see how my factory can operate digitally through options to work from home. Maybe Sneha, you can add on to that.
Yeah, and no, thanks, Hina. That's a lot of information, and but a lot of things have also changed in the way things would be done conventionally to where we are doing things now in the COVID period. So, for example, in the healthcare industry or in the pharma industry, I think all of us know that a lot of the way of dealing with doctors would be through our MRs and are still through our MRs. So the medical reps who actually go visit doctors, meet doctors, talk to doctors, and talk about the new products that companies are launching, or about the drugs that are now the drugs that can be used. I think what we've seen in the last 90 days, while Hina and me have been saying we've been working from home, a lot of our medical reps now actually are doing the e-detailing with doctors through Teams, which is which we would never have done earlier. So we've actually got MRs now doing e-detailing through technology, sharing their screen with doctors, and actually doing the entire thing that they would have gone and sat in a doctor's clinic now through screens. The camps that you ran, or the sessions that you ran, or the conferences, the large conferences that you would run with doctors, where doctors would come together and discuss, either a new therapy or a new medical or a new drug, is now all happening through webinars. So the number of webinars have really gone up multifold. So I think to really look at how a MR and a doctor did only 90 days back to what we're doing now, just proves that technology is the way to go. So, I mean, I think we need to look at it with a real new lens.
Wow, I think that's a complete perspective. The both of you could give us, to answer this question. Very, very pertinent question, and extremely useful answer, especially in the context of direct selling, where you really need to go onto the market. So that's brilliant. That's wonderful. One more question that has come up is, what should a business do when customers and vendors are not as tech savvy or mature to adopt whatever is, let's say, the vision of the businessman or whatever he wishes to do, but they are not equally that tech savvy? What should be their, way to go?
So Shalini, when I was taking the presentation, I mentioned that one of the examples that I went through during my experience when I used to go in the consulting environment, we deal with a lot of stakeholders, and when you go to those board members who've been there in the industry for so long, it is difficult for them to digest when we give a recommendation which is completely different. And I can totally understand that. But I would compare this with a trend. As a 90s kid, we only had landline at home, right? And over a period of time, you would have noticed the way technology came. We are not able to stay without our mobile phones. Is it just the manufacturers who forced us to take it? Or is it the customers as us who have adapted to that change, because the trend completely is changing? So I remember staying at home and having that landline at home, but if I go and play outside, I would never carry a phone, right? And I couldn't imagine my life having a mobile phone. But the way things have changed, you as an internal stakeholder, your customers as well as vendors have to adapt to that change, and there is nothing that can change it. And like Sneha said, there was so much of a difference in the way we have started working now during COVID times. That change is inevitable. There's no option for the customers or the vendors to say no to that change. So over a period of time, that will also be overcome.
Okay, great. That's very helpful. I think, like you're saying, there is a lot of behavioral change that needs to be brought about, within the value chain with our stakeholders. So I think some amount of knowledge dissemination helps, and some amount of, exposure to practical application of, let's say, what someone else is doing and how that is benefiting them. And therefore, you as a vendor to me, you also adopt that, and we can together, something like that, possibly, because that is going to be an evolving journey for stakeholders in the value chain. Sneha, you're
And Shalini, I also wanted to add on that, typically when organizations, and whether they're small, middle, or large size organizations, as they go through change and technology and evolve with technology, the customers and the vendors also get the benefit of it. So there's a lot of benefit that gets passed on to both the customers and vendors in their experience of dealing with those organizations that have now brought in technology. So I remember through my Cadbury days when many years back, about 20 years back, when we wanted to really get the information from our customers every day in terms of our secondary sales. So what are they selling and what can we get? So as an organization, we were willing to put in technology, invest in technology. But what was in it for the customers? What was in it for them to give the data every day back to a company to say, this is what I sold of your products yesterday. But the moment they were able to see that, the company is going through a journey and is bringing in technology, and with that, if they are able to share their data with us, the amount of information that goes back to them as well. So, in terms of if there is a price change, they can understand that immediately. It's online, all right. If there is any claim that they have got from the company, any damages that they need to claim, etc. Being on a technology platform and them coming onto that platform allows us to service them so much more faster, so much in such an easier way. So I think finally it is a win-win, because even as an organization, today if I've brought in technology, if I have a portal where vendors can come and say, when do I get my next payment? What has happened to my material? Is the material quality cleared? When is my next PO coming? They are the ones who finally get the benefit, and every organization brings in that technology to make sure that there is a delight for their customers and vendors. So I'm sure there is a lot in it for them to gain as well as organizations go on this journey.
Totally agree. Thank you so much for that viewpoint. Thank you so much for the perspective. I'm sure it's a evolving journey. Slowly and slowly, people will all be able to, come on board with this. So we have a question pertaining to the previous question, which is will digital platform replace the system of direct selling? Is that something like a replacement, or is it something that, is temporary?
I can try it. I can try taking a shot at it, and then Hina can help. So will it replace? I'm not saying it's a radical change. I'm not saying tomorrow you'll stop going to a chemist and you'll only go onto Amazon and buy your drugs. That's not what I'm saying. But will it be a slow change? No, it will be much quicker than what we all thought it would be. We will all reach that place much faster than what we thought it would be. But it's like, net banking. All of us today can't live without net banking. But if you look at the senior citizens, you'll still see them in the bank standing over there saying, okay, is my fixed deposit receipt printed or not printed? Okay. But 90% of us, more than 90% would say, oh God, how can you even go to a bank? I mean, the net banking, I just want to do it. So it's not something like switching on and off. It's not like a light that you switch it on and switch it off. It is a change, but the acceleration of this change is going to be absolutely much faster than what we all thought it would ever be. So, I mean, yeah.
Hina, do you have anything to add to that?
I think Sneha covered it, and the other day I wanted some medication for my kid, and I don't think that we all specifically, and I keep repeating the COVID example, because that has got a change in me as well, and I'm sure a lot of families are going through that change. People who believe that I need to go somewhere, check how the fruit looks like, or check the medication how it looks like before I buy. that has completely changed in this times. And I would prefer to receive things at home, get it delivered at home, even including calling up Apollo or ordering it online through Apollo, including medication, including fruits, vegetables, groceries, everything comes, because that's the way of the new future. So I'm sure that even after COVID is settled, my way of working or my way of, having commodities at home may not change now. I would save that much of time for myself, maybe.
All right. Great. Thank you, both of you. I think this question has been well answered for Jay Sheelan, and the query is resolved mentally, possibly for the participant as well. So we'll go to the next question that's up on the screen from Rangarao Shinde. This question is, which is the best digital technology for selling food products globally?
So, Shalini, I don't think there's a direct answer to this. There are multiple technology options. It really depends on the appetite and the capacity of a particular company to invest, that they would want to go for a digital platform. It can be in-house developed. It could be outsourced. It could be just buying it out from service providers, cloud service providers like Amazon. So it really depends on the appetite of a particular company to adapt to technology. So there is no single answer to that I would be able to give right now.
Okay, okay. So I think, like Hina mentioned, Mr. Shinde, the answer to you is it depends on what kind of a business you are, and there's no one recommended solution. It'll definitely depend on the nature, size, and how much cost you can bear, and what kind of technology you can adapt to your own business environment, etc. So that'll have to be looked at more in detail.
And also, Shalini, I think we need to add on over here that, like Hina said, there's no direct answer, there's no one technology, but I would just like to assure people that there's a lot of mix and match. So you could bring in various technologies together, which are at various price points, from an appetite of the cost of the product itself to the cost of deployment and then adoption. But through my various years and experience that I've dealt with, I think there is something for everyone. So you will always find a technology and a mix of technologies, or a mix of ways of doing things, which can feed your appetite, your budget, and the amount you want to spend in technology. So you should not look away from it, but try and see what best suits you as an organization and go for it. I think that's the mindset that we all need to have.
Perfect, perfect. Totally agree. Thank you very much for that perspective. So next question that's come up to us is, how far is this technology is affordable for small scale, businesses like us, especially pharma?
So I think the answer to this is, again, the various options that are available in terms of outsourcing. And there are a lot of technology outsourcing parties who are giving different type of affordable options for a small scale sector as well. So even if you are small scale, or whether you are a medium sized company, right now the options outside are enormous, and they can be customized, they can be tweaked the way you want, and dependent on the kind of appetite that you have, you can choose that option. Neha, you want to add in with your experience?
No, I think, Hina, again, like this, there is no direct or one answer that can really respond to it, but you're right. I mean, we'll have to really look at what is the use case, what is the requirement, and then try and, maybe also tailor make a solution for some of the requirements. And I really believe in the concept of co-creating. So it's not necessarily going and buying off the shelf. It's about, organizations having a use case, consultants, partners of various firms of various sizes, whether they are, small startups or one of the big four like you guys. I think we could always co-create solutions. People are offering that, come and work in our labs, come with us, come with use cases, and we can really get into your organization together. So there is a lot of opportunities that are available.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much for this. So the next question, I think, which flows also logically, is to say, when selecting vendors who give proposals for, let's say, website development or automating supply chain, what should we look for, like criteria or something to decide, who to go with and, what is best for us as a business?
I think I could try with that because Hina is the one who keeps going to sell her to sell her services, and we are the ones who are making those choices. But there are various parameters that you could really use as a selection criteria in terms of which partner you want to really go with. The easiest one is to say, the person has done it all. There's the right experience, the right, this has already been done. There are reference points. There are people you can go and talk to and say, okay, this is really a good person to go with. But through my experience, I really feel that even if the vendor or the partner is the best vendor and has got the best references in the market as well, may not necessarily work for you. And maybe there's a vendor where the references or the what you're hearing says that, this vendor is not really good, may be a super success for you, because a lot depends on how clear you are as a customer on what you want, how well you can define your requirements, how much of your time you're willing to put into that project, and how much are you willing to walk along with that partner or vendor to make sure you're successful for your organization. So obviously the skill set, the expertise, the price point, the experience are all parameters that you must look at. But your own appetite on how much you're willing to invest in this, how much you're willing to put in it, how much of your people are willing to get onto this project has a very, very large role to play. So being successful or not being successful cannot be blamed at the partner at all. You may have the best partner and still not be successful on your project. You may have a mediocre partner and really surpass everything because you've gone and made that extra effort. So I think it's absolutely how well you can work together and how you collaborate with your partners. I think that's important.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for that insight. It's really, really helpful. And I'm sure a lot of MSMEs would have picked up this as to how to make the choice right now. They're talking to multiple vendors. People come and pitch. And I think this is very, very useful for people to go ahead and take their decisions on the ground. I think with that, we have come pretty much to the close of the session with regards to the question and answers. I really believe that this has been extremely insightful, inputs given from Ms. Hina and Ms. Neha over here today. What you've shared with us is something that comes only out of experience of being there and doing that, and not theoretical. And therefore, I really hope that the participants today have taken enough notes and they're going to truly benefit as to what to do next, on ground. So this has been an extremely, enriching session. And I truly thank both of you for sparing your precious time to come out and, make the push to MSMEs to say, you have to go, you really have to go. Take your steps small, but you really need to act now. So thank you very much for the message and all the valuable inputs from you today.
Thank you. Thanks, Shalini. Thanks, Hina. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sneha.
Thank you, both of you. Thanks a lot. So, participants, with this, we come to the end of our third session for today. Please stay tuned because in a couple of minutes, we're going to begin the next session with our next speaker, Mr. Nitin Podar, on striking back post-COVID-19. Please stay tuned and hold on.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. We'll just wait for Mr. Nitin Poddar to join in. So we'll be right back in a minute or so. You can just unmute the audio video, Mr. Nitin Poddar.
Hi, Rohit.
Hi. Yeah. Yeah. So good evening, everybody. So we are now starting the last session for the evening, and it has been an eventful day. So this webinar is titled "Striking Back Post COVID-19." I think COVID-19 as a phenomena is termed as a black swan event uh, in terms of the predictability, because it's technically impossible to predict such events due to its extreme rarity. This event has impacted governments, businesses with unprecedented disruption and risk. It has also had profound impact on businesses globally. So typically, if you look at, there are, a demand side impact and a supply side impact to this entire crisis. The supply side impact has been, partial or, full lockdown of factories. There is a supply chain disruption that has happened, is cash flow stress, and there are labor shortage. So these are all crises which are now on the supply side. And I would like to add that there is also a demand side crisis, which is very nicely put up by the BCG Facebook report, which said the top three things on a consumer's mind today is, how is health and hygiene, which was not earlier. And we as Indians were very low on health and hygiene. So currently, health and hygiene is taken a critical number one step there. And also social distancing as a norm is now going to be a way of life, at least for a few months from now. And the third one and the most critical one is income uncertainty. How do I actually look at, be it, if you look at corporates, there are a lot of layoffs, salary cuts, etc. that are happening. Businesses are not happening. So entrepreneurs are struggling. Then you have the farmers, laborers, the farm producers are not reaching metro cities, etc., etc. So there is this entire crisis that is there at the income level also. So, not sounding very negative about it, but I think those are the challenges. And as entrepreneurs and small businesses, we have to take these challenges head on. And hence, to answer these questions, I now like to introduce Mr. Nitin Poddar, who is the senior corporate lawyer and merger and acquisition partner at J. Sagar Associates, which is a top law firm. He brings with him a wealth of experience in niche areas like mergers and acquisition, foreign direct investments, joint ventures. He's also a founder trustee of Maxwell Foundation, which is celebrates Maharashtra's Corporate Excellence Awards to inspire next generation entrepreneurs in Maharashtra. Recently, and very interestingly, he's launched India Power Talks webinar series in association with Indian Chamber of Commerce and Law Seco, wherein international leaders are invited to speak on how India can revive its growth story. I think you should always look up, and that's a very interesting video series that he has started. So without taking much of your time, over to you, Mr. Nitin Poddar.
Thank you, Rohit. And thanks for all the audience for being there since morning, I guess. Good afternoon to all of you. And I must congratulate all of you, those who are participating, and all the, whether they are participating here or not, but all the MSME, segment, in the entire MSME segment, I must congratulate them for being in part of the MSME whole segment, and being part of the mainstream backbone of the Indian economy, I must say. I was participating in one of the seminars today in the morning, and when the MSME minister mentioned that roughly 48% of 28% of the GDP comes from MSME, and 48% exports comes from the MSME sector. So to my mind, the entire export sector is dominated by MSME. MSME are the largest employers of the country, if I may say so. But before that, Rohit, I must really congratulate you for setting up this India SME Accelerator Network. It's a phenomenal job that you are doing.
Thank you very much.
I know for a fact your dedication and your hard work, you and Shalini both and your entire team, how dedicatedly you all have been working and pursuing this accelerator network. And I'm sure about the fact that, look, very soon you will emerge as the best accelerator network for India and also maybe globally. Because I understand that you have collaborated with a couple of other SME and MSME segments from SAARC countries.
Sure, yeah.
So I am sure about the fact that you have rich experience of handling this segment, and also rich experience of understanding the questions and issues that MSME typically faces. So my congratulations to you for putting up this fantastic show in a shortest possible time. And my all best wishes are to you and to all your members, Rohit.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
And upfront, I must commit myself that whenever your network requires me, or from my network any individual or whatever in capacity, I will be very willing to come and participate for the members.
Thank you.
Okay. Now how do I upload this one? Let me share the screen.
Yeah, you just have to share the screen.
Okay. Is it visible now?
Yeah. Just get a full screen. Yeah, it's visible.
Okay. Is it good enough?
Yeah.
Okay. Friends, I am going to be, I know, since morning you must be into this whole sessions. Quickly, if I may, can I ask some few questions right at the beginning to a couple of people? You see if you can respond. One is the two segments, the entire MSME segment. I would like to just get a feel of what people feel, what the members here feel. One is one segment who have lost revenue, complete revenue, and they're struggling to get back to the revenue. And another segment would be they are still in the revenue mode, and they're struggling, but they are still in the revenue mode. I guess we'll have to divide the MSME into these two groups. Now I don't know the percentage of that, but largely I think the MSME segment is widely divided into in these two groups. So before we really I dwell on the subject as such, and what could MSME do to strike back post COVID. Let us understand where are we now today, as of today. I have been reading extensively on the McKinsey reports on the pandemic and business restructuring. I'm also privy to a lot of other reports and other discussions that are happening globally. My sense is that, and I'm sure you must also be experiencing, my gut feeling is we don't know whether, first of all, whether the worst is over. We are every day the WHO directors come on the television, on the interviews, and they say that, look, this is worse, this is not over, this is over, this is not over. So honestly, I'm not sure whether the worst is over as far as coronavirus is concerned. So therefore we can't really predict, and there is tremendous amount of loss of confidence among the people that I am seeing, and that can only go, Rohit, I guess, is only when there is announcement of a vaccine, whether the vaccine comes or not. Even if the announcement of vaccine that yes, there is something which is available and which can restrict or which can fight out the coronavirus, I guess people's confidence will come back. Otherwise, there is a tremendous amount of loss of confidence among the people. I mean, whenever we just go out of the house, it's so scary that you are scared to even touch anything, outside your house. So I think there is loss of confidence, and this can only be gained by some announcement from the medical field. Whilst saying that medical field or the medical solution we may get, but the economic solution for the slash that we have got on the economic front, I'm not sure whether we will be able to find a formidable solution so easily. Western world is a different situation altogether, because they are full of resources. They are a different ballgame altogether. When it comes to India, I'm not sure whether how fast and how quick we'll be able to restore back on the economic front. I was simply analyzing the situation, and I was yesterday talking to a very senior economist on this, and he made a very interesting comment, and I would love to share with all our MSME people here. And he said that, look, let us divide the Indian demography into three parts. One is a very rich people, very rich, extremely rich, and their businesses are doing well, or even if their businesses are not doing well, they won't be affected, because they will be able to pivot, they will be able to do a lot of restructuring among themselves, and they'll still sustain where they are. The second category is the lower income, absolutely lower income. I'm coming to the middle class afterwards. The complete lower middle class, or the people who earn their daily wages, and they survive somehow on the daily basis. Now, those people, to my mind, will be the worst hit people, really worst hit. And these people are very large in number. But what will they do? They will pivot themselves. Some people will just do some meager jobs. They'll fall down from this. Like yesterday on one of the television channels, some artisans were actually doing the job of carrying the goods. I mean, they came into logistics field from a highly skilled labor. They have now shifted downwards wherever there is a need. So they may tweak, and they may do, but that is a very worst, badly hit segment, to my mind. Coming to the middle class, which amounts to a large section of Indian society, the middle class or the higher middle class people, I would say, what will they do? Probably they will cut down on their expenditure. They'll just cut down the expenditure. They won't go for hoteling. They won't go for travel. They won't buy luxury items. So this is how they are going to pivot themselves, and they are going to sustain themselves. Now, this is the view of an economist who mentioned that, look, forget the government package and forget the state government package or the local packages or bank packages. This is actually what is going to happen. People are going to do this. Now, coming back to the now, I'm going to why I'm giving this background, because at a later stage I want some action to be taken by the MSME with regard to these segments. Therefore, and I'm just trying to give some background of this segment. Let's come to the business segment. To my mind, in the business segment, consumer, healthcare, IT, logistics would gain quickly. These are the segments which are very much in right now. Also, they are very much in demand, and this will improve, if at all, if from the current levels. So I see huge improvement in the consumer segment, healthcare segment, IT segment. IT segment is going to really boom, because we all are now hanged on to computers virtually. Our screen time has gone up to like 6-7 hours a day virtually, and for all members of a family, the screen time has gone up. So therefore, IT is going to really once again boom, and all the MSME who are on the IT front, trust me, they will have fantastic days ahead of life. Logistics, I am seeing again, it is not just the high-end logistic, but even the local door-to-door. Yesterday, I would like to give a very interesting example. Yesterday, we got grocery from Swiggy. Swiggy is known only for delivering the restaurant, connecting between restaurants and people. But Swiggy yesterday, I got a call from my grocery shop, and they said, look, we have tied up with Swiggy. So if at all you have got to anything, please tied up, and we can get things from on Swiggy. So that's going to happen. Travel, tourism, and real estate. Travel and tourism particularly may really take a bad hitting. Really, it will be that segment is going to be badly hit segment, unless, again, I was talking to a very large tourism company last week, because of their problems, which they received a lot of bookings in the last 2-3 months, and there's a lot of huge refund being they have to make. So they were talking to me on this, and they felt that next 2 years, even if we may offer rejigging of their bookings for people, but people are not going to come out of homes and really go and enjoy tourism. So travel, tourism, and real estate. Real estate, again, we'll have to divide it two. One is the high end, and one is the affordable. Affordable may still do very well, but high end real estate may take make some backseat. Luxury spending is not going to happen for another 6-7 months or 8 months at least, unless it is very much required for, typically, people will want to for their marriages or for some functions, if they want to buy something. Otherwise, casual luxury buying is not going to happen. Now, this is the broad picture which I see. Now, are there any statistics available? There is no statistics available to support what I am saying here. These are the trends which we have picked up from the McKinsey report or from other reports. Now, again, these are visible trends. It is not as these trends are not visible. So these are the generic trends which are seen in the last 3 months, and we'll have to really wait and watch in the next 2 months how the things pan out, how we are able to face the opening of the second lockdown, rather the lockdown, and see how it really how people are able to adjust themselves, how people are able to take it forward. Now, so what is today? When you look at MSME segment as such, it's like if you recollect, we had a story when we were small in schools of an elephant. There are 6 people touching elephant, and nobody knows what that animal is. So the person touching a tail says that, look, this sounds like a rope. The person touching the pillar of the foot says that these are like a huge pillar. So MSME, according to me, is like an elephant. Nobody really knows what kind of animal this is, but this is a big animal. This is a huge animal. It's expanding, and all the startups world today, or the SME, today's SME were yesterday's MSME. Today's mid-segment companies were yesterday's SME, and previously they were MSME. So this is a journey to my mind. Now, let us understand the overall broad problems of the MSME. There is lack of capital. Let's understand there is lack of capital, and it is not the situation only today. This situation has been prevailing for every SME and across the board. There is a lack of capital. They don't have capital for expansion, nor do they have capital for as a working capital. So this problem they face every day. Secondly, they are working with basic technologies. Okay, this is again a big bottleneck for their expansion or for their scaling up. So my request is, please look into your organization. What is the technology that you are working and what's the improvement that we can do? Nobody has a blockbuster product or a brand as on today. I'm not talking of what will happen 5 years down the line. You may become a huge brand, but today, as on today, you don't have a blockbuster brand or a product with you. You have a solution, you have a product, you have a service segment, but that's not blockbuster. You are facing a fierce competition across the globe. Thirdly, fifthly, geographically, you are in limited locations. You are not expanding because of XYZ reason, because you may not capital, lack of base of technology, not brand marketing. So I am again telling you, the points I'm making is this is a fact sheet of our MSME today. Geographically limited location, lack of manpower. That's again a serious issue with our MSMEs. They really lack huge and good manpower because their ability to pay is not that great. And lack of financial records and planning. This is the most challenging factor. Therefore, I have put it in the last. Please note down the lack of financial records or financial planning is the biggest hurdle. Sorry, biggest hurdle which our MSME is facing today, and that is why they are not able to really, push themselves into the right direction what they want now. This is the broad, I would say, factual matrix of any MSME, and whether it is in India or across the globe, and whether you are in manufacturing or whether in service sector, or whether you are whether you are a franchisee of someone, whatever nature of work that you are doing, you will be, I would say, out of 7, almost you would be suffering from 4 to 5 of these key elements, and that's the nature of MSME. That's the whole character of an MSME, that you will not have basic technology, you will not have blockbuster product. Now these are the factual situation, and the point of me putting this across is, and Rohit, please stop me if I'm repeating anything since morning. If any of the points if you see that I'm repeating, just stop me, I'll quickly go ahead. Okay. There's no point in repeating certain things which if other speakers have covered it. The point I'm making is that these are, listen to me carefully, friends. These are, whilst I say these are the factual metrics of any MSME today, to me these are also your strengths. Why I'm saying these are the strengths? Because this is where you will be able to attract good partners. This is where you will be able to really collaborate with someone very meaningfully, because you are short somewhere. Now, how do we, instead of stating, instead of I would say, repenting upon our shortfalls, I would say we need to convert our shortfalls or convert our shortcomings into our strengths. How do we do that? These are the areas where we can collaborate. Instead of spending money on which is non-core to you, I would suggest any of these items which is non-core to you, we must collaborate with someone and try to get a very strong partner, and that is where the strength comes. So to my mind, this may be your factual position, but friends, trust me, if you go to the history, and my request will be, please Google any top company today, the top 100 Fortune 500 companies. Go back to their history, go back to their origin, and you will find that they were also exactly the same. They were exactly the same, with the same factual matrix that you are today. Apple was started in a garage. I don't need to mention this. That's the classic example. Facebook was started from a classroom, and you are seeing where Apple and Facebook are today. So the point I'm making is here is that MSME, you will find these are the very basic factual metrics, and across the board these factual metrics are there. Now, MSME largely are into service industries. Largely, I would say, I don't see in terms of percentage, particularly with the advent of information technology, I am seeing that the MSMEs are largely into service industry because of obvious reasons, because of the information technology. The support that you get from information technology really makes you work in the service sector. You are the people who are in manufacturing, they are on contract basis, probably. Again, There are large MSME I see who are on contract manufacturing basis, supplying products to the other companies. Small products without huge markets. I see a lot of MSME working in a smaller pockets like Surat, Indore, Maharashtra, Satara, Sangli, Indore, Madhya Pradesh. They're small places. Marketing products, services owned by third parties. Some people are marketing products. So these are into their service lines. I'm talking of the business models. What they are into service, largely service industry. They are manufacturing on a contract basis, whether it is pharma product or chemical product or whatever, or textiles or whatever that is. Small products without huge marketing capabilities, and marketing products or services. So these are the, now if you see the last slide and this slide, the purpose of me mentioning this is your factual matrix, and you should not feel shy about accepting that yes, this is my factual matrix. Now, three things. I would like you to focus on 4 C's as on today. The first thing, if you want to strike back post COVID-19, you will need to focus on these 4 C's what I mentioned. Please underline these 4 C's. The first is customer. All this time we used to say cash is the king. I'm saying no, customer is the king. Absolutely, customer is the king. Even if you have one customer, you need to hold on to that customer. The first and foremost thing what you have to do as an MSME is please get back to all your customers, whether you are in service industry, manufacturing, or whoever. It is the customer who is the king for you. Why are you manufacturing? Rohit, again, last week I was talking to a group in UK about customer centric businesses, and I said while discussing and while analyzing the business model, I said the entire business model of any company, whether small, large, mid-size, whatever, around which element the business revolve around. The entire world revolves around only one element, that is customer. Firstly, you are making the product for whom? You are making your products or services for the customer. You are making how will you price the product? You will price the product which is affordable to the customer. How will you modify the product based on the preferences of the customer? How would you deliver the product depending upon the need of the customer? How much quantity would you supply to the customer as per the customer's orders? Modification, improvement, new services, new product, old product, anything that we do across the board, across the globe, is all revolves around this one whole C called as customer. Trust me, if you have a fantastic organization, just test this logic. If you have an outstanding and fantastic organization and delivering an outstanding product, but if you don't have a customer, what is the use of that organization? What's the use of your mission statement, or your high class product, high class employees, your salary, your finances, your technology? Everything is meaningless. The entire organization, business, the word business stands on only one element, and that is customer. So my request is, please write down in your mind, in your organization, please drill down to all your employees that look, our customer is the king. And exactly what happens is, exactly what do we do at times? And I was trying to search that statistics, Rohit, for our audience, but I don't have the audience. But roughly, and you will be surprised to note, roughly around 23 or 24% people end up in arguing and fighting with the customers.
True.
Can we in our wildest dream even think of arguing or fighting with our customer? Forget fighting. Can we even think of arguing with our customer? Can we argue with the person who is buying our services and paying us? Today, our entire world is dependent upon the customer who is buying our products or services and paying the money for us. If he doesn't pay, the entire thing collapses. So to my mind, customer is the king. And I did a fantastic research last week when I was talking to this UK group, and we were talking of consumer or customer experience. And in that, there was a fantastic story, and I would really trust, request, honestly request, out of this entire presentation of mine of 30-35 minutes, even if you take back this one suggestion from me, I think it's still worth the whole my presentation is, please go and find out the customer relation services or the customer related activity which Disney follows. Please go and see how, to what extent Disney goes to really please and satisfy their customers. I can tell you only one simple and classic example. There are 2-3 examples which I would really love to give. I don't mind cutting down my other sections, but this is very critical. How do you really, particularly in this time, why customer is important? How much people really go all out to please the customer? In Disney, I'm sure many of you must have visited Disney, but just for the sake of those who may not have had the opportunity to go to Disney, as soon as you enter there's a bar which allows you entry according to your height. Now, if for any reason any member of your family is slightly above that bar, and if he is not allowed the entry, what happens to the other members who have passed on that bar, that bar of height? So will the family is required to wait for that one person? Answer is no. The Disney people are instructed that as soon as you see a family where the height is up and down and they are unable to go enter because of the height bar, they immediately take that family aside, allow everyone to get inside. That's number one. Without mentioning anything, without asking, there is no one who needs to ask anything. The minute they see a family not entering according to height, they immediately push them. The second most important thing is, the minute they see any disabled person, disability in any count, immediately the volunteers over there, they don't ask as to whether you need support or not. This question is not asked. They will volunteer themselves and make sure that that person is helped all throughout the day, and he is able to enjoy all their rights. Now they go to that extent, and every time the staff or the Disney is constantly trained to see what is abnormal things happening, how customer behaves, what is the customer preferences, what is making customers happy. They conducted a small survey, and they found out that after every 30 meters, you need to throw something. That's the statistics that they collected. So the dustbins which are arranged in Disney is arranged in such a way that at every 30 meters you will find a dustbin. Now they go to that extent of pleasing the customers. So the point I'm making is, that customer is really the king in today's time. I heard a fantastic statement yesterday from a very senior person from United Nations on financing of MSME. He said, why do you need financing from banks? Your first financer should be your customer. If your customer is financing your products, trust me, you cannot have a better financing than customer financing. Because what happens is, just take a situation where the customer is just paying you 10% of your product that you're selling. What have you secured? You have not secured the money, but you have secured the sale of your product. So I would say, even if a bank is giving you 100% financing, 100% financing from a bank versus 10% financing from a customer is much more valuable to me, because you have secured a customer. So my first request is, after this session is over, first get down to your laptop or computer, identify all your customers who are, and there is nothing like critical or important or loose customer. No, all customers has to be same. All customers, you place them on a same pedestal. That's number one. Okay. Number two, cash is critical. You may have a limited cash. You need to plan out, how do I use my cash in the next 4 to 5 months or 6 months. This pandemic is going to be there for some time. So we need to really plan out the cash. Monitor and observe your competition. You need to have a complete close watch on your competition. You have to have complete watch on your competition. What are they doing? And collaboration. You need to collaborate with the customer. You need to collaborate with your competition. You need to collaborate with your vendors. And I'm going to come on the next slide is the one mantra which I'm going to give today to strike back COVID-19 is, your ability to collaborate will decide your future. So 4 C's, recollect: customer is king, cash, competition, and collaborations. Now, the quick things which you need to do today, these are all things we need to do today. Adopt technology and digitize fully. I know for a fact there are still a lot of MSME, they are not digitized. Rohit, I will be surprised, some of the people are telling me that we can supply our goods, but we can't raise invoices because we don't have systems to raise invoice. We are not fully computerized, we are not integrated to our bank system, so we can't receive payments. Now, I can't believe this. In today's world, when you can give services, but you can't receive payment because your bank is not integrated with the payment gateway and that kind of stuff. Now, you need to, therefore, to my mind, digitize and adopt technology. And again, it is not difficult at all. Just get to any small IT vendor and sit with him, understand how far can you digitize, what is the technology you can deploy, and raising invoices, ability to take money on net payment. These are the very basic things. Ability to send your profiles, ability to send your products. All these things has to be digitized and use technology to the extent possible. Quickly modify your business model. Again, the classic example which I experienced personally yesterday was of Swiggy. Swiggy, as you and me know, they are only into food delivery chain. They have quickly switched into delivery of groceries from the grocery shop. that's the agility that you need to show.
I think they tied up with ITC and even Nature's Basket, etc. Also.
Swiggy?
Yeah.
So your ability to tweak the business model is extremely critical. And this is again very important. Identify alternate source of revenue. This is very important, Rohit, according to me, MSMEs, because you never know. I always believe that even if your one source of income or revenue is going on, I would strongly support you need to identify and keep watch on what is the alternate sort of revenue that I can have. You need to always keep eye on that. And that's where when I say when I'm saying you quickly modify the business model, that's the purpose of saying is that modify to keep an identify and keep an alternate source of revenue model ready for your business. You need to do that. See, you are not in services you will only get a salary. Because you adopted a model of business, you need to have alternate source of revenue also. Collaborate with your, this is what I mentioned in the previous slide. Collaborate with your customers, vendors, even with your competitors. The word competition, according to me, in my dictionary, there is no word like competition. I don't treat my competitor as competitor. I treat them as my collaborator because I learn from them. If the minute I see a product which is benchmarked in a better way, is that not teaching to me? Is that not a learnings for me as to how should I improve my product? So to my mind, even if all your competitors, treat them as your collaborators because they are teaching you how should you provide services, how should you manufacture, how should you deliver, and you are able to set your own benchmark because of your collaboration. Who sets your benchmark otherwise? Nobody sets your benchmark. Then invent an innovative model of delivery. You need today a different, this is the complete new requirement which pandemic has thrown to us. We need to adopt a different method of delivery. See, fortunately for us, for service industry, people like me, I am a lawyer. I can go on a Zoom call and deliver my advice, or I can put my email. So from physical meetings, we have shifted to Zoom meetings. So our delivery chain, methods of delivery, all the professors, all the educational institutions have moved now from physical meetings, physical teachings to the digital meetings and digital teachings. Now, this is where it was easy for us. Probably for consultants, it's easy, but this may not be easy for manufacturers, for other service industries. So you need to find out what's the better way of the delivery of your product. The last most important thing is identification of new markets. I'll tell you again, Rohit, I have seen this happening, and I don't know why are we not really. See, the problem is MSMEs have their own set of huge problems. I understand, but that should not stop you from out-of-box thinking. Let me give a classic example. If you are in a translation business, just take a classic example. I know for a fact there are a lot of people who are in a business of translation. They translate English to Marathi, English to Hindi, Hindi to Marathi, all Indian languages. There are also translation companies which translates into foreign languages. Okay, but Go and check their website. Their website is available only in English. Now, if your website is available to only in English language, whereas you can translate probably a document from English to German or English to Japanese or English to Spanish, but because your website and because your business model that you have developed is only English to all the multiple languages, you are not able to cater to the customers of the other country. Now, if you look at most of the websites of German companies, of Japanese companies, they are into their own language, German language. But on the top, you will see, you will be able to change the language of the whole website into whatever language you want. Why can't Indian companies, Indian MSMEs, have all their websites convertible into multiple languages? Now, why only translation? Just take an example of simple classic example is if you are manufacturing, see this notebook, simple notebook. If you are manufacturing a simple notebook and your website, say for example, is in multiple languages, it is possible that a Japanese company may buy that very same notebook from you because of the cost pricing, because of easy pricing. The markets are here. And fortunately, the information technology allows you to automatically, Google allows you to automatically translate your whole product range, all profiles into multiple languages. How many service industry websites are in multiple languages? If you do survey, Rohit, I'll tell you, not even 1% of Indian companies are into multiple languages. They are just not done it. So my request is, if you need to go to different markets, you need to find other markets. But for that purpose, technology has allowed you free of cost, multiplying your language, you could do that. The last point is empower your people. You can't hold on to decisions. You need to empower your people, give them free hand. Tomorrow's leaders, to bring tomorrow's leaders on action today. Don't wait for tomorrow. All those who, if you identify that you have potential leaders in our organizations, bring them in action today, empower them today itself. All the points that I have mentioned, digitizing fully. In fact, one of my friends always says very, very, jokingly, he says, either digitize or die. So whether digitization, different business models, source of revenue, all this, all the points that I have mentioned, this is so easy to gather and so easy to follow, provided you really want to do that. You may have put many of the stuff here as plan B or plan C. No, my friends, your plan B and plan C has to be plan A now. You may have thought of, okay, source of, I will think of collaborating with my customers or vendors as plan B. No, that should be your plan A today. All the items which you from the list that I mentioned, any of the items, if you have put as plan B or plan C, bring them on as plan A. You cannot afford to have even spend 2 minutes. Therefore, I said, do it today. It is not tomorrow's agenda. It has to be today's agenda. In fact, this is yesterday's agenda. Very technically speaking, these are all yesterday's agenda. Technology, can you say no? I'll adopt technology from today. No, you had to have technology from yesterday.
Sure.
Rohit,
yeah.
we should also request our audience to start putting the questions if they are
Correct. Yeah. Just requesting everybody to just put your questions. So once we are done, we'll just take the Q&A here.
Yeah, because I will be another 10 minutes. I'll be through. So I would really want to hear some questions from the audience.
Sure.
Okay, now when I mentioned to you the 7-8 points, these points about collab and the C about collaboration, let me give you, as an M&A lawyer and as a lawyer having handled most of the collaborations in the last 26-27 years, a question from our MSME can be, sir, if you're talking of collaborations, what is the simplest method of doing a collaboration? So I am giving you, without coming to me, let me give you a very simplest guideline of entering into a collaboration. The first and foremost thing is identify the key commercial terms which you want to have. Identify the key commercial terms and just put down those commercial terms into a simple in bullet points. But make sure that you comprehensively write the commercial terms and put it into an email and exchange it. That is also good, just good enough. Don't remain or don't keep the discussions vague. Don't keep it on, oh no, verbally we have agreed to do this. No, nothing of that sort. Make both parties sit together, identify the commercial points, simple, plain and simple commercial points. And to my mind, you are the best person. You are only the best person to write the commercial terms. So my request is, just first agree on commercial terms, reduce it to writing, and exchange it. Along with the commercial terms, if at all, what is the commercial term? What are you going to sell? What are you going to buy? Or what are the services you are going to exchange with each other? What is the price? What is the price that you are going to agree to pay? And how long you want to continue? Simple. Just these 3 points. What is the commercials? What is the price that is payable? And third and last point is how long you want to continue with that collaboration. These are the just 3 simple things. If you just be able to mention in the collaboration in your term sheet, that's just good enough. You don't need huge documentation to reduce the collaboration into action. Of course, before you really sign a document, if it is of a long-term nature, if you really feel that this needs some discussion, for example, partnerships, joint ventures, foreign collaborations, you really need to consult. And my request is, yes, there are a lot of consultants available, and more than consultants, information about commercial contracts or commercial joint ventures or foreign collaborations is all available on the net. Just first get acquainted with what kind of documentation you are entering into and enter. See, there is no harm in entering into foreign collaboration. You cannot sustain or survive without a collaboration today. You cannot. Gone are those days where you will say, look, I will be the manufacturer. I will set up my own manufacturing. I'll set up my research and development. I will do the brand development. I'll do everything. No, my request is focus on your core competencies. If you focus on your core competency, you may need some people along with you, and it's always better to swim together. And rather, if you want to go fast, go walk singly. But if you want to go long distance, you need to walk with people. Trust and transparency are the key elements to make the joint venture or collaboration successful. These are the very basics of any commercial collaboration, and I am sure you will be able to understand this. Now, this is the last real mantra of success. If you want to strike back COVID-19, you need to find out your position on how do we find our position globally. We go to GPS. What is GPS? Your global positioning system. Now, my formula of global positioning system for every SME is that G stands for you need to have ground intelligence. Get the ground intelligence. We, unfortunately, many of us, we don't get facts, figures, and actual data. We talk on perceptions. We talk on hearsay documentation. We talk on hearsay what people are talking. No, you have to have ground intelligence. For ground intelligence, the best partner is Google. Get the ground intelligence, get information. Your decision has to be based on facts and figures, factual metrics, and not on perceptions or not on hearsay things. So you need to have a ground intelligence, number one. Secondly, be prepared for unconventional partnerships. I'm harping the word unconventional. Like I mentioned, Swiggy was known rather for delivering food. They are into now delivering of groceries. That is unconventional partnership. Any grocery shop entering into a partnership with Swiggy is unconventional. No, but we need unconventional partnership. We need. Now, what is Uber? Uber, partnering with Google Map is an unconventional partnership. Airbnb partnering with homes, actual homes, for bringing that inventory of houses into the space of hotel industry is an unconventional partnership. And last one, your ability to provide strategic solution, not just the solution. If you unless you have a ground intelligence, unless you are willing to prepared to have unconventional partnerships, and unless you provide strategic solution, nobody is interested in your product.
Correct.
If you have a strategic product, strategic solution, that is where your success is going to, that is where you are going to really rock on your product. So you should always keep in mind, whatever you are doing is fantastic. The fact that you are into MSME segment itself is a wonderful thing, because you are owner of your own, you are boss of your own. Now you need to work around this. Now you need to really work. And post-COVID, unless you are really into this GPS, I really doubt whether you will be able to survive or sustain, because you don't know where is your competition coming. You will never know where your competition is coming. So my request is, be grounded on intelligence, ready to encourage partnerships and strategic solutions. With that, friends, I'm trying to keep my talk very short. I think I have covered most of the points. If you really want to strike, these are the points, and I'm open to discussion on any point that if you have, please.
Sure. Yeah. So few of the questions. One is typically when you said new markets, how do we address the, say, so the way to look at it is either you launch a new product or services. So should it be something which is kind of adjacency to your industry or capability, or you are recommend, say, suppose an interior designer gets into a sanitizer business. So what is your take on that in terms of, should it be closer to your competencies, or if you have thought it well, you can get into a completely new business?
Not at all. So Rohit, if you see, I have mentioned 2-3 things. You
Yeah.
need to redefine the business model,
Correct.
which includes you may have to pivot completely on your product portfolio.
Correct. Okay.
You may have to enter into completely new segment of service. You suddenly you may find yourself, now please understand what is Netflix. Netflix is a tech company. Technically it's a tech company providing entertainment.
Sure.
So you will never know in what manner and in what way you will proceed, and where is the hidden opportunity. You just will never know.
Sure. Okay. Fine.
And also about markets, it's completely, you should keep your completely mind open. Today, every businessman, to my mind, have to keep his complete mind open about his assets, what he has got. And he should be able to use these assets the way he want to use it in whichever manner which way is going to give him the business.
Sure. Okay. One more thing was, say, there are a lot of MSMEs who are focusing on international markets, which are currently in doldrums. So what is the preparedness and readiness that, or the backend that they could do and wait for the market to open up so that they can fire on full cylinder?
As I mentioned, international market, to my mind, is comparatively easy to penetrate.
Okay.
But the only thing is, unfortunately, what happens is, this is very unfortunate. If you see any businessman in US, when he starts a business in any part of any state of the United States, he says, what is his next plan? His next plan in 2 years is to go into all the states in US. After 2 years, what is his plan? After 2 years, he'll say, look, the next destination for me is Europe.
Okay.
Asia, I have not thought of. He will talk like this.
Sure.
Whereas any Indian businessman, how will he talk? Say, for example, manufacturer or SME segment from Pune, or say Nagpur, or even Mumbai, we'll say we want to expand it to first the neighboring cities.
Yeah.
At best, Maharashtra. Our entrepreneurs are not even willing to look at outside the state. I don't know, somehow we just don't treat the world as one market.
Sure.
I think maybe also the problem lies with, if you see the product category or service categories of the Western world and India and Indian company, MSME particularly, we are not into strategic solutions. I'm making this statement very, very carefully with great responsibility. Most of the MSMEs, they try to find solutions for local problems. And your solutions are such in nature, which inherently has a limitations.
Sure.
So you can't just expand that product outside the world. I mean, outside your geographical area.
Okay.
Now the simplest way is, let me put it a simple way. The simplest way to handle the situation is, whatever product portfolio that you have got, compare the product portfolio with a global company. Do a Google of who are your competitors, and you will immediately see the difference. A person who provides IT services and a person who is providing IT services in the US or UK or Japan or Australia, you look at their websites and look at their company profiles, and you will immediately come to know the difference in their approach.
Yeah.
So my request is all the MSME, SME who aspire to go global, please compare your product with the global competition and see how they are offering their products or how are they structured globally.
Sure. Okay. So there's a question coming from Rangarao Shinde. How to face competitors for food product pricing?
Food is a fierce competitive price to a product.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me give a classic example. We in Mumbai now we get fruit baskets from Nasik.
Yeah.
Okay. And this goes back to the customer experience. Today, people are not paying for products. They are paying for customer experience. I get in Mumbai, I get a fruit basket. I have to just order on phone and the fruit basket is in plan A, plan B and plan C. What is plan A? Plan A contains 1 dozen of banana, 1 kg of apples, one watermelon, and some kind of custard. So that package has a very defined products. Now for me it is very easy because I don't need to go to the market and buy one product. So when I buy this, of course the quality is extremely important, but it is the customer delivery, customer service that you offer, that is very critical.
Sure.
When you go for a movie, what do? Just take an example of when you decide to go for a movie, what is the first thing you do? First thing you decide which movie you want to go. And the second thing what you try to find out is which theater you need to go. Because what you feel is that, oh, this theater has good restaurants, this theater has good ambience, it has a good parking space. So what you are buying and what you are paying for is the customer experience. Sure. I am again repeating, Rohit, customer is the king. If you focus on customer experience, I think you are done.
Sure. One more question is, currently most of the MSMEs are facing cash crunch in terms of the payments not coming in, and they have a outstanding and payment to their vendors. So in such case, how do they handle the vendors, or any tips from your end in terms of handling their vendors so that they can have a long-term relation when things improve? But what is the current solution?
Whether it is customer relationship, whether it is vendor relationship, or whether it is banking relationship, all wants only two T's: trust and transparency. Trust me, if you go and tell the vendor in a transparent manner that, look, this is my order book, these are my customers, but I don't have working capital, and I'm having this difficult situation, or with your banker, whoever. If you go with trust and if you go to them transparently and explain them, I'm sure, see, please understand, everyone wants a business. Why would a vendor not give you? Because he is also supplier of some product for himself.
Sure.
But one point which I guess I captured it, but I would want to really harp upon is our MSME need to keep their financial documents in a good shape. Today, in the Indian government has announced a working capital enhancement of 30% limit on your existing. The point is, if you don't have working capital limit itself, that 30% is not available to you. Extra limit is not available to you. And why are you not getting it? Because your financial documents are not ready. Why your financial documents not ready? Because you do transactions in cash. Yeah. If you are in fault, there's no one can help you.
Yeah. So one of the speaker pointed out in the morning that even the MSME registrations that need to be done is as low as 20% in the sector. So it's important that people get registered on the portal so that they can avail benefits from the government which are being released from time to time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, sure. So I think the last question is a softer one in terms of how do you deal with employee motivation and morale? Keeping in mind, MSMEs as it is, the employees are not on, higher salaries, and there is a larger issue in terms of retaining and maintaining employee motivation, etc. So in current crisis and situation, how do you handle this?
In one of my slides, I mentioned that tomorrow's leader should be your today's leader. So if you think that any employee has a potential, bring him today itself. Bring and give him confidence that you want to take him in confidence. See, I'll tell you the best way of why many times the leaders take decisions, but the company they are unable to implement it. Why? Because they don't get buy-in from the employees. The simplest way is that you get employees together, and take a decision by consensus. The minute you take decision by consensus, there is a buy-in of all the employees, and that's where you are able to implement all the decisions.
Yeah.
And see, also my request will be to MSMEs, take younger boys from colleges, make them interns, because they come at a very comparative low cost. And younger boys will be really help you to penetrate into technological advent.
Sure. Okay, I think that was the last question. So thank you very much, Mr. Nitin Poddar. And just like to conclude that one of the key things that you had indicated is collaboration is the way forward. I think all MSMEs need to collectively collaborate. You also spoke on 4 C's, which were, customer. You spent a lot of time on showing that customer is the king, and digitalization. You again and again emphasize that digitalization is the way forward. So I think just to conclude this session, while businesses are currently facing a lot of challenges, I think all entrepreneurs need to be positive and have a growth mindset. I think that's the essence of all this. While you would figure out your markets, while you would figure out what are the newer opportunities, I think it's important to stay positive and continuously look at where are the opportunities are. So I think the common theory of circle of innovation, circle of concern and circle of influence. I think let us not get bogged down with the number of COVID cases increasing. What is the government doing? Is there a lockdown? I think beyond a point, we shouldn't spend much time on that, but largely look at how can I cut down my costs? How can I look at newer opportunities? I think that's where we need to focus on. And there are the new term, which is COVIDpreneurs, are people who are like, around Maharashtra, we've got a lot of mangoes coming in from Ratnagiri and Sindhudurg district, where, the entire thing was coordinated on WhatsApp. Every society ensured that they ordered one tempo of mangoes, helping them out, etc. So it was lower than the market price. So it was a win-win situation for the farmer and for the consumers also. So I think there are many various opportunities like these that we all need to stay positive on. So I think overall, just to conclude the day, I think it's been really a great session celebrating the World MSME Day. And I think I remember statistics by Dun & Bradstreet, which talked about the entire funnel of micro moving to small to medium to large enterprises. So if you analyze that globally, there is a decent funnel that comes into, say, a 50 to 30 to 5 to 1. But if you look at India, it is quite stark in terms of you have a 85, 5, 3, and 1. So largely people are there in the micro SMEs and are finding it difficult to transit to medium to small to large enterprises. I think that's where the role of Value Sutra Business Consulting and India SME Accelerator collectively is the larger agenda to ensure the transition from help them in this journey from becoming a micro to medium to small and large enterprises. I think so. We have curated certain programs. We regularly do training, mentoring, consulting, and we also help in new business growth, existing business scale up and business optimization, etc., etc. So please do stay connected. And I think it's important to stay positive during such times.
Yes.
And I'm sure that the time will also, take care of the situation that we are currently in, and we all would sail smooth, hopefully by then till the end of the year. So thank you very much. Thank you all for joining, and thank you, Mr. Nitin Poddar. Thank you. Thank you, participants, members. Bye.